Hello, welcome to my podcast. I'm your host, Larry Liu. I'm joined again by Mike Buhl. Mike, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you, Larry.
Today we'll have two big topics to address. I mean, we have already brought them up in several iterations in the past, but we'll go a little bit more in detail today. So let's maybe start with the limits to economic growth. We're making a reference to a book by two young scholars, whose name, of course, Mike has written up, which I forgot already. But the
I
title was
forgot the
like
name.
Half Earth.
Socialism.
Yeah, half Earth
Yeah,
Socialism.
yeah.
In that thesis, it's about things that would have to be done from a left utopian perspective, in order to live within the planetary limits that we have. So that would include reforestation, so increasing the amount of forest area. That would also require us uh, to reduce the size of the agricultural fields that we're using right now. And that question, well, how do you do that without radical depopulation? I mean, you don't want to kill a large number of people. So basically, they're saying we have to switch to veganism, because the idea is that,
Minimalism. Yeah.
yeah, because
Yeah.
the idea is that farm animals require lots of grain to be fed, because it's not just they exist and then we can eat them, right? They actually have to be raised up. They have to be fed with grains, and actually the amount of grains, I presume, that you need to raise a livestock is going to be, um, you know, much more than if you just feed humans with a vegetarian diet. I guess that's the point.
Mhm. Yeah.
And it sort of has this direct collision course with another strain of left-wing utopianism, which is I guess fully automated luxury communism. So it's another guy, a British socialist named Aaron Bastani,
Mhm.
and his thesis is basically that you can take the capitalist means of production, and instead of benefiting the robber barons, like Elon Musk, who bought Twitter recently, you distribute it fairly and broadly across the whole society. So basically, make the economic system, take the economic system as is, and then redistribute the spoils. So it's kind of like luxury communism, which is different than sort of ecological communism, which
Mhm.
is more about self-restraint and reducing, capping standard of living effectively. Is there anything else you wanted to add to
And
that?
also the line of thought of post-scarcity economy. So I think there's this in the anarchist circle, this idea that a post-scarcity economy could be possible, That's often the entry point in this utopianism, right? Ecological left-wing utopianism. But I wanted to backpedal real quick because we went a little fast about the book Half Earth Socialism. It's also actually a video game that both of the authors created, and it's free. So I wanted to encourage any one of our listeners, if you are on Steam, Half Earth Socialism is an actual video game, CPU game you can download for free and play it. And that's what I did. I actually was uh, interested after listening to a podcast on the book itself. I ordered the book, but I haven't fully read it. I got bits and pieces of the book, Half Earth Socialism. But
The author's
my
name, by the way, is Drew
he,
Pendergrass and Troy Vettese. So that's
yes,
just as a
yes.
reference. Yeah.
I believe one of them is a Harvard PhD, but they. What's fascinating about the game, which again I recommend playing, I played it for several days, and the first few days It's challenging because you got to know the ins and outs of the game. And then I ended up cheating, and I went to YouTube, and there is a walkthrough of the entire game. But to get at the gist of the game, it's a futuristic game where you start out in the year 2022, and you're basically simulating um, uh, what kind of action you would take as a person, and you have to uh, create political alliances. So, for instance, you have to form political alliances with the ecofeminists. I wrote some of this down, with the utopian, with the environmentalists, with the animal liberationists, with the earth liberationists, and you have to kind of acquire political alliances in order to get some of your environmental policy passed. And for me, it was always challenging. I would always lose the game because I wouldn't have enough political capital to keep going. But I really recommend the game because it simulates possible environmental policy shifts uh, that are often discussed, everything from electric cars to banning meat in the future, banning cars, public transport. I mean, it's just an amazing game, and uh, and again, it echoes the book. So remember the book, Half Earth Socialism. There's a game that is basically the gist of the book. So yeah,
Right, right. So what's the
mhm.
objective of the game? So you're basically trying to eliminate carbon emissions, right? That's the output.
Well, you start out. You have a limited time frame also, and you are starting early to kind of do research and to change the mode of agricultural production, to change the crops that you're using from industrial farming to like organic farming, to the use of energy. So it's a kind of a simulation game. I don't know if any of you have you ever played farm simulator games, similar games, but this has a very kind of political side, and occasionally there's things that you you have to make decisions on, where you want to put your political capital, and then that will allow you to bring down the temperatures. And the more success you have, in the game, then you're able to bring down the temperatures, CO2 emissions, extinction, prevent disaster. But throughout the games, you have these emergency kind of news flashes that tell you, okay, the whales are dying. You didn't do enough to save this particular species of animals. And it's just a fascinating game. I really will encourage
And if
all of our
bad
listeners.
news is
Mhm.
trickling in, what does it mean? I mean, it means my political capital goes
Yeah.
down, right?
Well, what's funny is I think it was a little bit of cynicism of the video game programmers. So occasionally you have some things in there. For instance, there are these authoritarian political group that will kind of make comments every time you try to do something left wing. You're trying to regulate the economy more. That there are actual right wing kind of groups that start to like uh, not join your political alliance. So you have to carefully kind of strategically maneuver political alliances in order to really move on in the game. Otherwise, you get eliminated. If you don't find a way to have political alliances, and you're not focusing on their interests. So, for instance, animal liberationists, which is a political faction in the game, you have to kind of ban, I guess, the meat. But then you don't want to upset the consumerists, which is another political faction in the game. So I actually wrote down the whole list, but the game itself is just fascinating. It's like a breakdown to an environmental philosophy. I would say environmental sociology 101. I mean, it's a great. It talks about Malthusian, you know, uh, philosophy, to ecofeminists, to um, a funonist, international kind of approach, animalist to earth liberationist. So it's all in. It's a fascinating game. It's not going to be graphics wise a game that has a lot of graphics. It's a basic format game. Nothing too fancy, but it's free, so you can download it on Steam and play it. And walkthrough on YouTube. So if anybody needs help with the walkthrough, and then usually you understand the whole idea of thinking about future scenarios, right? And anticipating really even what some of us as sociologists consider to be governance, what should be the policy strategy, right, in tackling climate change and carbon emissions and deforestation, stuff like that. But that's just my gist, my current gist on half or socialism, the game.
Now, the authors are also assuming that there is a conflict in democracies, right? So
Mhm.
you're operating in a democratic system where you have, the consumers and the producers on the one hand, which are, of course, on the, income maximization and potentially carbon maximization side. And then you have um, the environmentalist factions of various colors,
Ecologists too, yeah. Yeah, same thing.
ecologists,
Mhm.
environmentalist ecologists, who are more on the radical decarbonization, as soon as possible kind of side of things. And I remember I was once watching an interview with Horst Seehofer. He was one of the leading Bavarian politicians, also in the German federal government. And the journalist that was interviewing him was a little bit more on the left side, and was constantly attacking Seehofer, who is more on the is conservative member of
Mhm.
the CSU, which is the leading party in Bavaria, and he was hit hard very much on the environmental agenda. That his party was more on the break, like slowing things down.
Mhm.
And his reply, I thought was really quite accurate, though, which
Mhm.
is that he said in a democratic country, you have to balance interests, right? So balance competing interests in society. Um,
Mhm.
so it's not like basically serving one particular faction, like for instance the environmentalists, or for instance the I don't know, car drivers or consumers, or the capitalists, the manufacturers. But basically, all of them are constituents in your polity, and you're trying to maximize the number of votes. So your decisions, number one, ideally they benefit everybody, right? But in economics, we know that sometimes there are trade-offs. So sometimes when you make a decision, some people benefit and other people lose out. So then, okay, well, then the second best option, if you cannot get Pareto optimality, which means, improving everybody's situation without deteriorating anybody's,
Mhm.
then the second best option in the world of trade-offs is to get to compromises such um, that no faction is absolutely happy, right? So there's something to be pissed off about, um, but nobody is totally pissed off, right?
So kind of
Um,
center, I guess, centrist, third way kind of thinking.
yeah, so exactly, and I like that kind of framing. I thought this is a very realistic way of looking at and trying to understand what politics is. Right, it's not simply making a decision to please one particular faction, and I think that this is what makes the climate change debate so difficult, because it's so urgent to do something about it. Like we have to get to net zero in carbon emissions basically by yesterday, right? Like it should have already been done. Um, if we wanted to, limit the temperature raising effects, and the mass extinctions, and the natural catastrophes like droughts and floods and fires, etc. Um, but then the issue is that, well, if we did that right now, so if we slam the brakes now,
Mhm.
it means we're telling a part of the population that the standard of living they used to have, like, flying an airplane, driving a car, eating meat, all these things, um, that that those things are no longer available to them. Um, and uh, and I'm not sure whether, as a politician, like if I was running for office right now, whether I'm willing to tell people um,
Truth.
that they should
The
live
truth.
without,
Yeah.
live with less.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think, like, going back to Max Weber about rationalization, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we created a system that has become an automaton, right? It's about maximizing GDP and maximizing income, maximizing well-being ultimately, um, and anybody who tries to go against that, I think will be politically devastated. And that's a short-term calculation, but I do believe that in the long-term calculation, that the environmentalists are going to win out anyways. So I basically, I mean, I see two kinds of futures which seem to be bleak, which is a managed form of decarbonization
Mhm.
versus a chaotic form of decarbonization. So I would
Like a
say
risk, like which is just kind of a like explodes or something. I guess is that what we're getting at? That it's disorganized and dismanaged.
disorganized, exactly.
Yeah.
So in a
Yeah.
managed form of decarbonization, and this is what all the politicians are hoping for right now, you basically, implement, decarbonization, like renewable energy,
Mhm.
energy efficiencies, reducing the usage of fossil fuels, increasing carbon capture, especially in things like, construction, production, manufacturing, etc. Um, and then you hope that this will be enough to limit the CO2 rises, thereby limit the temperature rises, and then thereby sustain the ecosystem for the longer term future. And then at the same time, by decoupling the economic growth from the carbon emissions, um, you know, you can we can basically retain the capitalist economy,
Mhm.
um, while at the same time meeting the carbon emission targets. Okay, so that's optimistic. That all politicians are hoping for that. Um, and then, but there's also a chaotic decarbonization agenda, which is basically like, what if we get to a point in a climate situation, like a so-called tipping point, um, where the catastrophes are picking up, and the way for it to be reflected, I mean, how would we see that? Well, it would be, an increase in the number of heat strokes, heat deaths. I mean, this would be the most obvious, but there's other more pernicious ways, like, like sea level rises, where you can basically wipe out, you know, whole coastal economies, generate lots of GDP. Um, Another way to do that is by making agriculture unsustainable. This would be the biggest hit to our systems because,
Food systems, right?
yeah, because food is the essence of civilization. Um, so if any of these things get threatened, then yeah, we get to the point of mass extinction,
Mhm.
and then by definition, if you have fewer human beings, you know, your GDP is going to collapse anyways, right? And but then also your carbon emissions are also going to come down, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so I guess the point being that, I mean, we're going to get decarbonization one way or another. The question is, whether we can keep it at the managed form, which is more desirable,
Or chaotic.
or the chaotic version of it. And it's really difficult because the political economy, I think there's this concept that I'm forgetting the name of, but it's basically the idea that, like, yeah, kicking the can down the road kind of way, where
Postponing. Yeah.
yeah, if I don't have to deal with it myself, I mean, if it's the future generation that has to deal with it, all the better. Yeah, externality, I guess, is probably the term, right?
Oh,
um
externalization. Okay.
yeah, yeah, we're basically, so everything that we're doing right now, right, which is taking our airplanes, driving cars, and so on and so forth, all of these things we're doing, we're imposing the costs into the future, right? So it's not at the moment where I'm driving the car
Hmm.
that I'm causing, like warming and natural catastrophes. Rather, um, there's a time delay in doing these things, and therefore I find them to be, um, acceptable to do, right?
Mm.
Versus, like, there's other things where it's clearly not acceptable for me to do it, and that's why I'm not going to do it. Like, for instance, like, I'm not going to burn down my house because then I'm going to be homeless, right?
Mm.
And that's going to, and when I'm going to be homeless? Well, as soon as my house no longer stands, right? So because and then also, like, also, if you think about the COVID pandemic, right, where in the
Hmm.
early days, where we had to react very harshly in the direction of the lockdowns, where today everybody, even,
Relaxed. Yeah.
yeah, the political leadership is now regretting. I mean, they're openly regretting the harsh decisions and the lockdowns they made. Um, but yeah, I mean, but the reason why we reacted so harshly towards the pandemic was that we didn't know how bad the virus was going to be, um, and it did kill quite a lot of people, actually. So given the uncertainty, and given how bad it was, at least at the beginning, we had to slam the brake very hard. But I think the reason why we slammed the brake so hard, it's all about the timing, right? The fact
Mm.
that the R naught, which is the rate at which the virus spreads,
Hmm.
um, was high enough that, like, we're literally talking about like 2 or 3 months, right?
Everybody's infected.
Right, in which you can basically saturate an entire area. And of course, because of globalization, because people are taking airplanes, right? So really, I mean, the entire Earth was covered with a virus in probably 3 months or so, right, from when it started. Um, so it's all about the timing. That's why we react so quickly to it.
Hmm.
But versus with climate change, it's sort of like, yes, a house is burning down, but it takes a long time to do it.
Hmm.
It's a process rather than a singular event, right?
Hmm. Not
Um,
because it's so tightly embedded with, you know, the capitalist system, fossil fuels themselves, and the dependency on it, right? The total dependency to last 100, 200 years, And then you got to think about the car, the how much dependency is there on petroleum, you know? And so it'll be difficult to kick to transition, and there'll be a lot of resistance, right? And it's no surprise. I mean, if you think about the quarterly earnings of Shell and ExxonMobil, I mean, they really are doing well financially, even though at the same time we have all these, environmental problems. So, yeah, we are in, what did Bauman call it? Liquid modernity. We're on uncertain times, Uh, we're not sure about the future, how it's going to unfold. It could be a positive transition. It could be a horror pessimistic dystopian kind of view, right? Um, so we don't know next generations what will happen. I try to remain optimistic, but then I am realist too, and I think things will just often get worse, and uh, we won't do enough to protect Mother Nature.
Right.
So
So, but
yeah,
let's go back to
yeah,
the debates within
yeah,
left utopianism.
right, right.
So again, we have the luxury communism perspective, and then we have the green communism perspective, and they're in conflict with each other, right? So one of them has to be closer to the truth to some extent.
Mhm.
And but I see that some like leftist thinkers, not naming names because they're not popping at the top of my.
Ulrike Hermann,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
Ulrike.
because there are some thinkers who say that, well, actually, we have to pursue both left-wing visions. That is to say,
Mhm.
um, we have to, basically, we have to do decarbonization and we have to have high standard of living for the masses. And then the best way for them to say, they say to do that, well, it's kind of like Robin Hood. You take from people who have a lot, right now under the current system, and then you do redistribution. Um, and I remember I spoke to one of the UBI activists, and I was asking him about the consumerist implications of universal basic income, because there's a fear that once you have the money, if you're poor, right? So if you're middle class and if you're rich, I mean, there's probably no impact because you already have enough money before getting any UBI. Why should UBI change that? But if you're very poor and now you get UBI, should that not increase the level of aggregate demand, thereby increasing consumerism, increasing waste, natural waste, increasing CO2, etc.
Mhm.
And his reply was, well, at the beginning it might do that, but then according to the UBI support, over the long term, the consumption is going to come down again because there's going to be a habituation effect where basically, like, so I was poor, now I have money, now I buy the things that I think I need or I want, and then I realize that the commodities don't make me happy, and then I will start, to
Reducing my
to
consumption or something.
yeah, to be more frugal again and to cut back on the consumption levels. Um, Now, I mean, first of all, I mean, I know it's kind of like a cynical or somewhat of a right wing perspective to sort of suspect poor people of being wasteful consumerist, yeah, and basically accusing them of not deserving the money that they're getting, which of course is a stigma that we're trying to precisely remove by
Yeah.
introducing BI. Um, but it's still, I mean, okay, but that's a different. We're not doing a moral discourse right now about being poor. I think the main issue is what would be the net environmental impact
Of
if
of
you
of
introduce.
UBI. So we're
So,
saying of UBI.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
technically, you could consider UBI a Keynesian program. So you're right; it would immediately inject a lot of money and stimulate the economy and economic growth. And so you're right; it would have environmental implications. So when people achieve, let's say, a middle class lifestyle and they're consuming more, how do you then reduce their desires so maybe they consume less and uh, will also have a positive impact, on carbon footprint and how much they consume. So I think the one solution that some eco-leftists propose, that's the Ulrike Hermann approach. This is Berlin Kreuzberg. where we just need to learn how to consume less. We need to shrink our, consumer behavior, maybe turn vegetarian, reduce, I mean, our trend, like, do not drive cars, drive our bicycles more. And just what we consume on a regular basis, it has to come down. We have to shrink our consumer behavior, which for I can imagine American consumers, if they hear that how you're taking away our freedom of choice. We can't have our SUV anymore, our lifestyle. But that's exactly this I think, leftist sometimes view is that we have our uh, consumption, right? But you're saying that's a contradiction with basic income because then people have more income that they wouldn't usually have. There's a guaranteed income program, so it has a kind of a Keynesian effect. So then it would actually be like a geese coming, the Germans. What's a good term for it? Champagne socialism. Like, I mean, it would have an effect. Maybe if people start to consume more. So that maybe you're thinking of an unintended consequence of UBI.
Yeah,
And
yeah, but
yeah,
but
yeah,
but yeah, but then again, you also
yeah.
there's another point that Andrew Yang made.
Okay.
Remember when he ran for president 2 years ago, and he was asked about the environmental challenge, the carbon footprint, and so forth.
Mhm.
And he was saying that, well, so environmentalism is also about public opinion, and so you want to get public opinion on your side, but you
Mhm.
cannot do that, if the poor um, are struggling paycheck to paycheck, just trying to pay the bills. Like if you think of, for instance, the Gilets jaunes protest, the yellow vest protest in
France.
France, and it happened after President Macron, who was called the president of the bankers because he used to work for the Rothschilds, which is one of the wealthiest bankers in Europe, and one of his carbon pricing policies, which was very well intended, it was to increase the diesel tax, right? Because diesel-based engines, cars, is one of the major pollutants in France, and the problem is that the the people who liked the policy were the upper middle class who lived in the big cities, specifically in
Mhm.
Paris. And those were the people that were most likely to vote for Macron as president. And then the opponents to that program were the lower middle class. So not the poorest people, because the poorest people can't afford anything, but so
Mhm.
the lower middle class, the people who are just making just enough money, but barely having any savings, and any money that they were earning, they had to plow it into their commute, which is oftentimes in a rural area. It usually means by car, by diesel car. And if you increase the diesel tax, what you're basically saying is that you're putting the tax on the like for the decarbonization agenda. You're putting the tax on those lower middle class people who already don't have enough savings to pay for those tax increases.
Yeah.
Um, and
That
that was,
backfired. It
yeah, that's why it
backfired. Yeah.
backfired. That's why the streets
Mhm.
exploded, and eventually Macron, just to save his presidency, had to back down. He had to scrap the diesel tax hikes. He had to restore some of the subsidies back to the lower income rural voters. But and now you can see, well, that how difficult it was. And so going back to UBI debate, now imagine, like, what if you coupled so in the French case, let's say you have the diesel tax, and on top of that you have the UBI support. So now you could say, well, okay, so if I'm driving my car, then I'm obviously losing a big chunk of my UBI because now the gas prices just increased. But But now I can say, well, well, I suppose this is the cost that we have to bear, and if we wanted to, you know, go towards green energy transition and low carbon economy, right? And the same idea is like if you take, for instance, in America, right, we have declining cities, right, like the Midwest, like Ohio, Lordstown, right, or we in West Virginia, the coal mining areas, which, as you might know, Donald Trump, when he ran for president, promised to restore the coal mining jobs in West Virginia, and it didn't happen actually. So during his tenure in office, the number of coal miners continued to decline in America, in West Virginia in particular, largely because coal is no longer. Well, I mean, first of all, it's one of the dirtiest sources, right? It's the biggest
Very
pollutant
dirty. Yeah.
in terms of CO2, but then also it was not cost effective, right? Because natural gas and renewable energies is a lot cheaper. So coal mining was just not like, so it was dirty and it's not economic, and so that's why it has been on a decline now. And so the thing is that, well, how as a politician
Mhm.
can you go to the West Virginian coal miner and say to him or her that, you know, with the decarbonization agenda, your job is going to be gone for good. And by the way, vote for me. I
Not
mean,
gonna work.
yeah, it's not going to work. So what you have to do is it has to be at least something like some positive vision.
An
Um,
exchange, yeah.
yeah. So Andrew Yang's argument was, UBI was going to grease the wheels uh,
Mhm.
in the
As a
direction of a decarbonization agenda, right?
some income guarantee source that would compensate for the potential loss of job. That basic income could be the bridge, I guess, as a state policy, local areas and then expand it. Maybe, I think that's what they're doing experiments in some cities in California, Stockton, California, where they do city experiments, and then the idea is to test it and then to expand it at a larger level. I think the same thing with Germany. It's Bürgergeld, um, and it's still kind of unemployment insurance, but they're trying to move in that direction of some kind of a UBI, right? But yeah, it's getting support has often been challenging, public support, you know. So I don't know. Larry, have you looked at public opinion on UBI data? Is there such something available? Is it younger generations? I assume are probably more for it, but
Yeah, I think the younger generations are more in favor of that.
you know,
It certainly it comes and goes, right? So, um, I mean, like whenever you read articles about origin of UBI, we always go back to Thomas More in the, I guess, maybe 500 years ago or something. And but but then if you look at the UBI activism, the big conference, right, basic income guarantee conferences that started in 1986 globally, I think. So it's always come and gone, right? But certainly I think in the more recent past, I think the level of interest has certainly increased um, for for basic income.
mhm.
Um, so I'm actually overall quite optimistic about UBI implementation, because there's so many crises that are converging, right? And so it's not just the ecological crisis, but think about the jobs crisis, the automation that's happening. Yeah, the growing economic insecurities that come from economic stagnation ultimately. Um, I mean, I just from the dissertation, I mean, I looked up the NCES numbers, the National Center for Education Statistics, for faculty and student enrollment. And I think the university system in America has peaked around 2009, 10, I want to say. Interestingly, I think in the first year of the recession, it actually goes up a little bit, but then after that, we do see a decline. I think
Enrollment.
we're dropping from we topped out at 21 million students. We're now at like less than 20 million students. We topped out at I want to say 1.6 million faculty, and then now we're less than 1.5 million. So basically, our higher education system has been going through austerity for the last 12 years, I want to say. And the future direction, I think, is also not,
Uncertain, right?
yeah, it's not pointing upward because I mean there's two structural factors on the student side that disadvantages our industry. So the first is demographics. We had in the past year, I believe we had 3.6 million births. I guess for all women, and up until I want to say 2015 or so. I mean, it was like about around the 4 million, right? 4 million was sort of sounds about the right number of births. And now it's just it just goes down, and it's a big question whether it's going to come up again. I mean, I think there's a lot of factors that determine fertility. I mean, I'm not a demographer, so I think that
Mhm.
this has been studied by others more intensely. Um, you know, maybe society has become more individualist. Maybe uh, you know, there's more of a sense of economic instability, and I think that's one of the biggest factors
People pull back, yeah,
impacting
opt,
childbirth.
opt out of education, yeah, or higher education. Yeah.
Um, yeah, well, I mean, actually, I mean, if like if you don't get educated, I mean, then it means that you're gonna join the labor force at an earlier age. And joining the labor force at an early age, I think it should increase fertility, right? Or it should, at least not depress it. Because at least the money keeps coming in, like while you're having your baby. And I would say it's more like like it's very rare for people like while they're undergoing their education to have children at that point, right? Because they're saying, well, I have to focus on my studies and I'm not making any money. So I think then, I think that would probably be education would be a factor to delay childbirth, I would say. Um, but yeah, I mean, even at elevated rates of higher education, I mean, I think if you look at Gen Z, I think have a bachelor's degree rate of 45%, right? Um,
Mhm.
so for the entire population, it's about 35%, something like that. And of course, the older you get, right? So if you go back to the silent generation, probably like born in the 20s and 30s, the college education rate is extremely low, right? But so I mean, so the country is getting more educated, but if the number of births is going down,
No, yeah,
then you still have
will
problems
lack,
keeping up the
yeah,
enrollment.
which
And then
impacts academic careers too,
absolutely, yeah. And then the
Yeah.
second factor that speaks against our industry is um, it, it is about, I think, the Cold War ultimately. So because I mean, so within the world systems theory, you could say, the U.S. is pretty much at the top of the totem pole globally in terms of higher education. So it's based on international education metrics like number of publications, per university, number of patents filed by university departments, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so and research grants. And so America is it should be a very attractive place for non-Americans to come to study, and it still is, I think. Um, but the problem right now is that right now the American government is wanting to fight a cold war with China,
Hmm.
and China is the biggest foreign student population.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, yeah, when some of that has to do with, of course, the fact that China is the biggest population. I mean, 1.4 billion people, just like with India. Um, you know, so you're definitely having a lot of Chinese still want to come. But I know in certain majors, I think the government is not making restrictions, right? They're saying, well, okay, so if you have any affiliation, let's say with the Communist Party or with the with the
Military.
Chinese military,
Yeah.
then well, we don't want you to come study here. Um, or like or if the State Department is still issuing visas, they issue like 1 year visas, right? So that means that you cannot. So you have to do like a 1 year master's program or something like that, right? Instead of a 2 years master's program, or instead of like a 5 year PhD or something, right? Um, I don't know. I mean, so these weird rules are now being put in place, and so okay.
Makes it
Um,
challenging. That decreases enrollment, international enrollment, but particularly Chinese students. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, I
Mm,
mean,
yeah.
I spoke with
Mhm.
engineering professor here at Princeton. We have one of our the premium top engineering departments in the country, and he was saying that he's already retired, but he says something like a big chunk of the students are from China and India. Uh, and it's true. I mean, if you go to the engineering department, the offices is all Chinese and Indian names. So, and then I saw his number recently. It was something like 75% of the engineering departments are filled with people from I think these two countries. Um, so it doesn't sound good to me. Like if
Mm.
if America wants to fight the Cold War, I mean, you gotta have drawbacks somewhere, right? And I think that if you're in a higher education sector, I think you're gonna have the shorter end of the stick.
You
Um,
think there's I don't mean to interrupt you, an unintended consequence that those students then go to Canada or even try out Europe? I mean, I know at Fachhochschule level and technical universities in Germany, at least, there's a high demand for international students, and often because of tuition-free university education, at least still in Germany, in place. Do you think it's sometimes there's a movement to Europe instead of the US? Even some Chinese students try do not then try US and then they go elsewhere, like Europe or Canada. I'm curious. I don't know what the stats are, but my impression
so
is that there is a little more international students that often go to Europe,
yeah, so I'm
engineering
not an
programs.
education expert, so I don't
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
numbers in front of me, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
but my guess would be yes, that there's
Mm,
probably going to be some movement to other
uh,
secondary locations. I would say that so there's a global hierarchy, and I
mm,
think the most important piece of the hierarchy is the language. So
uh,
generally, I mean, an English speaking country would be preferred. So Canada, Australia, and UK are probably the prime destinations. But then also, I think, um, yeah, Germany and maybe France, Sweden. I mean, there's some countries for sure where the foreign students might be inclined to go to, and I've known Chinese students that have studied in Germany, in Sweden, and in the UK, and so So, so that's definitely possible route to go.
Mm.
Um, but in terms of the size of it, I think that's a really big question because I mean, because you also have to consider that, I mean, in terms of global population, America is the third biggest country, right, in the world. So I'm not. America just has a huge market
Yeah,
itself, right? So and
very
it
large.
has the top universities. Um, uh, so I'm not sure whether being absorbed into other countries is going to be enough, right? I mean, it could also be just the case that you can have fewer Chinese students that study overseas altogether, right? That's another
Mhm.
possibility. But again, I don't have the numbers for that. It's all speculation.
No, no.
I do know that the total number of uh, of Chinese young people is declining substantially. I think they had, I want to say, a little bit more than 10 million births last year, which sounds like a lot because I grew up in Austria, which has about 9 million people today. So
Mhm.
when you say 10 million births, I mean that's bigger than the country that I grew up in. Um,
No.
but yeah, 10 million Chinese numbers is quite low actually. I think 16 million is sort of with the 16 to 18 million was sort of the target value for many years before that. Um, so yeah, I mean, if we see a massive decline in births, um, I would say COVID is probably one of the big factors for sure. It deters, uh, raising children. But in any case, I mean, so it all contributes to stagnation, right? So if you have demographic decline, then you're going to have the economic stagnation. So stagnation itself becomes a crisis, right? That goes back to our original topic about limits to growth, right?
Yeah, limits to growth.
Um, that
Mm.
there's like I guess we might call them endogenous factors. That is to say, factors that are within that system.
Mm.
Uh, that is, causing the system to stagnate. And then the stagnation itself breeds monsters. If you want to, paraphrase the Italian Marxist, whose name I forgot right now,
Mm.
Gramsci.
Actually,
Yeah.
I, yeah,
Yeah. It is breeding monsters. Because yeah, I guess it intersects with our other topic for today, which is
yeah,
authoritarianism, right?
yeah. But before we go that, I wanted to perhaps make a little comment. Uh, with this limits to growth, I mean, there's perhaps a different direction that we could go besides some of the prevailing theories that are out there. And I like using a rent based theory of class. And this comes from Sorensen. I don't know if you ever heard of Sorensen, the economist. And I
No.
think what limits of growth illustrate is, on the one hand, we have, I would say, dictatorship of uncertainty because of environmental limitations and ecological limitations. On the one hand, we also have a system of universal rents in place, and rents that are extracted and implemented. If we think about the environmental problems of the 21st century, including various attempts to extract rent through energy sources, through uh, you know extracting it through artificial means, even, that I think we really faced limitations of rent itself, and how we have historically tried to accumulate capital, if you like. So you can use the word rent accumulation, capital accumulation, and it basically has hit the fan. And that's, I mean, another approach is the limitations that rent seeking should have. And I think that's what the idea, the general idea, limits to growth is. There are limits, ecological limits to growth, but think of all of the different ways in which rents are extracted and implemented. So what do I mean by this? A couple of examples I was thinking about is you know monetary ways in which fees are attached, or even us, some of us who are in university, we know the rents that are extracted through fees that we have to pay, right? We have to pay for tuition, for instance. But also, you know, indirect fees that you never think about that we also pay for. But as consumers, we are in the ocean, of having to pay for all of these different entities down the food chain, like everything we buy our milk, or, the transportation costs to transport the milk to the product itself, the plastic in which the milk is in. So what I'm getting at, we never think about that actually the problem with limits to growth is also directly, I think, related to the limits to rents, that we kind of financialized and commodified, uh, to some extent, even I would say the environmental movement sometimes also has a kind of well, political rants, if you want to call it that. So maybe that's another direction we never thought about going, is that limits to growth are also really interrelated to the limits of rents that historically in our economic system has attempted to extract rents, implement rents, rent-seeking institutions, including the state. The state also sometimes is in the business of rents. But historically, I think when you think of rents, you think of like making a rent payment to your house. Everybody thinks you should have to pay a rent, a monthly rent that you pay for, right? And then the rents, the daily costs of living, or the rents that you go to a toll road, you got to pay a little rent there, a little fee. But so maybe that's also interconnected, I would argue. I think maybe that's another way of looking at it. It's
Yeah.
like an economic. I don't know if you heard of Sorensen in his theory of class. Uh, he he tries to bring in this idea of rent and how it has become universal in various ways. Institutions extracting rent, to the state extracting rent, industries extracting rent. I mean, where you can go with this debate, Larry, is think about quarterly earnings, from the big oil and gas companies right now. I mean, in a way, they figured out a way to extract rent from prices, so there's sometimes money made off of various crises in the world. So that's a different way of looking at like limits to growth. There's I mean, that's the point I think Naomi Klein makes in like her book Disaster Capitalism. She often like argues that there's a profit interest sometimes in crisis, that you can flip that and turn that into a money maker. So another way of kind of rent making. So that maybe is another way to think about it. I don't know. We basically have a dictatorship of like universal rents in place, and there are all these various economic actors and economic institutions also involved, including, I would include the state. So that's another way to think about it, I think. Limits to growth.
Yeah.
Not
So
necessarily, yeah. Let me make sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, let me take a little historical
Yeah.
excursion here, because so I guess it goes back to the old Marxist scheme, right, where like feudalism, and then capitalism, right, the transition. So in the classic feudalist model, right, so the rent extraction is natural to that system, right? So that is to say, the the peasant would work for 3 days on his own plot of land to feed himself, and then for 3 days of the rest of the week, um, he would work for the Lord. So whatever he produced for the Lord, he would feed the Lord effectively. And then on Sunday he would, take a day off because that's what it says in the Bible, right? But and then so what does the landlord give in return? Well, the landlord gives military protection, right? So the German word for Vogelfrei, right, which means yeah, it's like it's kind of to be free, right? But actually, it had a negative connotation back then because today, if you say free, it has a positive connotation, right? But back then, to be free meant to be without the protection of the Lord. So that is to say, if a gangster would come, rob you, and kill you, there'd be no protection, there'd be no retribution for that act, right? So back then, actually, the word freedom was actually probably with negative connotations. But anyway, um, so but I think that that the feudalism was a rent-like structure, which was inherently stable in itself. Um, but in and then in capitalism, so the idealized version, the Adam Smith version of capitalism, is that basically you have an increase in trading, you have an increase in the division of labor, specialization of crafts, and then increases in technology improvements in productivity, and all of these things eventually, I mean, they don't eliminate the rent system, the rentier system. In fact, they could even increase the number of rents because the total GDP goes up, which means that there's more to distribute in various forms of income, including rent. So, for like one example is like imagine you're a landlord in Silicon Valley, right? Um, like I'm sure that your construction capabilities are no higher than they are in, let's say, Dallas Fort Worth or in Princeton, New Jersey, right? Um, but you're still earning way more rents, in Silicon Valley than you would in DFW or in the New Jersey area. Um, simply for even smaller real estate, simply because so many people that live in your neighborhood have the incomes, have very high incomes, um, to be able to afford these high rents. And because the land is so scarce, right? You have very restrictive zoning laws that limit the building into the height. So that is to say, as a Silicon Valley landlord, I could extract much higher rents than elsewhere in the country. So you could say, actually, yeah, in a capitalist country, I mean, we have, yeah, we could have an amplification of the rents simply by increasing the amount of income that is to be distributed. But there's one more asterisk to that, which is the thing that you brought up, which is financialization, and debt. And and I think that finance and debt, that's one of the most well, it's controversial because I mean, on the one hand, you need finance in order to grow the economy, right? Because the idea is, like basically, I have, let's say, I worked very hard, I have savings, I have money, but I don't have ideas. But you have ideas, you're an entrepreneur, but you don't have the money. So then, the financial institution, like JP Morgan or whatever, comes in between, takes my money, of course, with interest, right? And lends it to you, right, the entrepreneur, and then you produce something. There's definitely functional use value within the capitalist economy for finance, right? But then the trouble is that like if you look at the financial crisis of '08, right? where basically you're you're driving the system to the limits through this. I suppose you call it like leverage, right?
Yeah.
Leverage is the idea that uh, it's the amount of loanable funds relative to
The
the
real
assets
economy.
that you currently hold, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I think if that, I mean, I don't know what the ideal leverage is. I mean, I'm not a financial expert at all, but I think in the financial crisis it was something like 30 to 1. So for $30 that they were lending out their $1 in assets or something like that. Um, so it was over leveraged. And but how can you tell that it was over leveraged? Well,
Mhm.
because when the financial system crashes, right, and people cannot
Yeah.
pay back the debts, right? And then when people cannot pay back the debts, um, then
Bubble bursts. Yeah.
yeah, so the bubble bursts. So the mortgages, so people lose the mortgages. So the mortgage would fall on the bank's balance sheet. But
Hmm.
then I have all these debts that are piling up in the bank balance sheet.
Yeah.
But the assets are still limited, right? The assets that the bank has as collateral, right?
Yeah. I
So
probably I probably started something which I was hoping I wouldn't, but rants is an interesting topic. I mean, just the whole problems it creates, and I think there's intersection between uh, financial crisis, ecological uncertainty, and the way rents are function in the 21st century. We become used to it in various ways. And like you said, the housing crisis is one example. Here in Texas, this is a great example of often speculation and rent seeking and rent implementation on mortgages, for instance, is an instrument. And the consequences it often has on rent rates, housing costs. And yeah, so I think it's interconnected. I think there's something in the system of rents itself, and I would call it kind of a dictatorship of rents. I mean, you have all these different entities that everybody is forced to pay into, and there's an entire kind of financial system underneath it, and then also the consequences. You can relate it to environmental limits to growth. Well, we only have so much oil in the ground. We only have so much natural gas in the ground, and
right,
this often limits even the rents itself to be limited in the future. I mean, that there's the projection of rents that people theorize or think that they can accumulate so much more and more money from petroleum, but this has to be, I think, put in place in the idea that we will have limitations of how much natural resources we have and how much oil we have, and not to go in this imaginary rent system uh, there is limits to growth and limits to financial growth. That's my attempt. I'm trying to use this rent idea. So again, it's not original my idea. I give it to Sorensen, rent-based theory of class, and it's actually, I think, useful. It's a useful technique. Think differently.
yeah, I mean, and,
Yeah.
and it's so, and I want to go back
Yeah.
to different problems of the financial system, because
Right.
the financial system is ultimately the way for the system to oppress us into growth creating addicts, right? Because I think so, because what's the main idea of a loan, right? So the loan is well, it can either be a consumer loan or it can be a producer loan, right? So the consumer loan is, I want to buy a washing machine, but I don't have the money, I don't have the savings to buy the washing machine, so I buy it on credit, and then I pay it back with interest in the future, with future purchasing power. That is to say, with future paychecks that I'm earning from a job. And then you can have producer loans where I want to build a factory and I want to hire workers, but I don't have the money right now, so I'm going to go to the bank, and advanced speed loan. And each time, whether it's a consumer or producer loan, is effectively a promise of employing future purchasing power to pay off the debts. And now we're in problem because so as long as the overall GDP is going up every year, let's say if you have 3% GDP growth, and then if you have a real interest rate, let's say, so real interest rate means, net of inflation of, let's say, 2.5%, I think then you're okay, right? Because, because the overall economy is still growing. So you pay 2.5% back in the interest that benefits the creditors. And then the 0.5%, you get to keep as a producer, whoever that is, right? And of course, that's the average across the entire economy, because of course for every individual it's going to be different.
Mhm.
So yeah, then system is stable, right? Like Hyman Minsky was one of the financial economists. He called this uh,
Mm.
I think it was like hedge finance, right?
Mhm.
The idea where the idea is like, you take out a loan, but you can still easily pay back, the interest and the principal, right? And then and then I think there's like Ponzi finance, and I forgot all the terms that he was using, but you could get to a point where, let's say, the economy grows by only 1%, but if you fix the interest rate at 2.5%, well, now you're in trouble because you can't generate sufficient income to just pay back the interest. So then what you end up doing is, well, so as a private person and as a business, you have to cut back, right? So that depresses the entire economic output, and you're going to have more problems next year to repay
To
the
recover,
bills.
to recover.
Um, well, so that's for the individual and the house, as the household and the business. Now, but what if you're government?
Mm.
Because as a government, you issue your own currency, you issue the bonds, which is the debt papers of the government. So you could take out more debt every year, um, relative to your economic output. What then happens is your debt to GDP goes up, right? So, it might start at, say, 40%, and it's 50% and 60%. And I mean, if you had some countries, like I think Italy is like over 150% now, I think. In Greece, it's like more than 200%.
Turkey is
Japan
probably,
over 250%. So there's a bunch of countries that are now heavily in debt.
yeah.
Um,
Mm.
and like, I mean, a country like Japan cannot really get out of it, um, because the underlying economy does not support the growth environment. Because you have, I mean, I just recently looked up the age dependency ratio um,
Japan.
in Japan,
Mhm.
which is the highest in the world in Japan. I think they have 50 people between the ages of 65 plus, for every person that is like between, I think, 15 and 64 or something, which is the prime age population, the working age population. So the underlying structure of the society and the economy does not produce the growth which they would need in order to pay down the national debt. Um, so then so you're in a permanent crisis mode then. So
Mhm.
then the only thing you can do as a government to buy time is you can suppress the interest rate. So I believe in Japan, I mean, they've had negative interest rates for, you know for about a generation now. I mean, based in the 1990s maybe. And that buys them time, right? Because because it lowers the burden of the debt, right? So even if you have a high debt to GDP ratio, you can still roll over the debt every year, at a very low cost, right? And actually, I mean, if you have a net negative interest rate, that is to say, your interest rate is net of inflation, is less than zero, which means actually it means that the debtor is getting paid, the creditor is paying to loan out the money, right? So you're actually losing money by lending the money.
Circular economy, right? No.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So they have basically captive creditors,
Yeah.
because basically it's the savings from individuals, right? So if you have a pension fund, right? So these are your savings, right? And but the pension fund is basically forced to buy government bonds at negative real interest rates. So I mean, you're basically seeing your savings shrink every year over time, right? Net of inflation. So and anyway,
It's a good, yeah,
yeah,
analysis.
yeah, it's a very depressing state of affairs, effectively, for the economy. But it's really a big question. I mean, to me, like, how long is such a stagnant system sustainable? Um, and Yeah, it's an empirical question ultimately, and I think that
Mhm.
um, you know, I mean, if we take the Japanese case study, I mean, it seems to be, for generations, for maybe hundreds of years, maybe, and
But don't they have a generous welfare state in Keynes, that kind of Keynesian approach, because of an aging population, and that they a smaller society, smaller population too. So I wonder if one way to maybe offset sometimes economic insecurities is through generous welfare state policy. I have to study Japan's welfare system. I'm curious how it's structured, but
yeah, I
that's
mean, it's
my
interesting. So if you look,
healthcare system too. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, so if you look at pension spending as a percent of GDP, no, not pension spending,
Oh, sorry.
um, pension generosity. I think pension generosity. I think that's one of the important indicators, because you're not just interested in how much money in terms of the total economy they're spending on pensions, but also you want to know, how much pension is every old person getting, right? It's pension generosity. And actually, in terms of pension generosity, I think that Japan is in the lower third of the OECD. The most generous pension countries, in my country, Austria,
Oh, okay.
Italy,
Denmark?
France. Yeah, those are more. I mean, in terms of public pensions, more on the generous side. Um, but a country like Japan actually is in the lower one third, I believe, in the OECD. But then, I mean, of course, if you take the total pension spending, they're probably in the higher ends because they just have so many old people, right? So, I mean, if you have an excessively old aging society, I mean, imagine if they increase the pension generosity even by a little bit,
Mhm.
right? I mean, the number of old people or the proportion of old people into society, it's of course not declining. I mean, in fact, it's huge, and therefore the pension burden in society is increasing, right? Because the money you spend on the pensions, of course, is not going into other things, uh, like education or research or these other things. Uh, so at that point, it's basically about managing decline. And so yeah, that goes back to our discussion about decarbonization.
Mhm.
Um, you know, like a managed decarbonization or chaotic. And then with regard to economic stagnation, I believe that there's a similar logic that applies. That we're going to have, um, a stable form of economic stagnation,
Mhm.
um, and keep the political economy stable in a certain way. Because I mean, recall, I mean, one of the major reasons that Japan is suffering the stagnation is because of the restrictive immigration policies, right? So it's not just that the women don't want to have a lot of children. That's also true. But the same thing is true in Germany and Italy, Austria. I mean, these are all countries where women, last generation or so, have been not having a lot of children. So, um, but they have a very proactive immigration policy. Some of it involuntary, because you have civil wars that happen in Syria. Uh, you have the collapse in Afghanistan, so you have an increase in refugees from there. You have the
Ukraine.
Ukraine war, right?
Yeah.
So you have refugees from Ukraine. So all these factors are contributing to a continuously replenishing migrant pool in Europe. In Japan doesn't have that at all. So uh, yeah, but on the flip side of it, I mean, if you look at the political economy, right, the political parties, there's very little right wing populism, you could say, in Japanese politics. I mean, you have the main party, the Liberal Democratic Party. It's kind of like a de
Center left.
facto,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like a one party dictatorship kind of, right?
Okay.
Where like they're kind of like centrist to
Okay.
right wing. So
Okay.
they have like it covers everybody. It has like they have a wing for the employees. They have the employer federation. They have the farmers. The farmers are one of the core supporters of the LDP. Um, and yeah, the various like factions that is organized around individuals, around people, and not around ideologies. So uh, yeah, so you can have that kind of stable polity because because you cannot antagonize based on hating foreigners, right? In ways that you could in Europe or in North America, right? Um, so, uh, so you could say, in one way, the the politics is more stable in Japan for now. Um, you know,
Continuity, right? Definitely a system that produces a continuity of stability, long-term stability, I
yeah,
would
yeah,
say.
it's a political stability, but but it's about managing the decline. Again, this is important to emphasize that. I mean, I think there's no disagreement that this is a society that is facing decline, and the pace at which it is happening is going to accelerate as the 21st century is progressing, right? Because I mean, if you think, I mean, so I took a demography course when I was in Oxford, uh, and I remember the professor was saying something like, if you have, let's say, if you have a fertility rate of 1.5, right, uh, and in one generation, I mean, it's it goes down a little bit, the population, but if you sustain it over like a long period of time, I mean, the like the reductions in population is going to get steeper over time, I think.
Mhm.
Um,
What's it right now? 1.3 fertility rate in Japan? I think that's about right. Very
yeah,
low.
something like that. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, yeah.
1.23, something like that.
So that's not even a replacement level. No.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
below replacement level.
Mhm.
But I mean, if you look, in other Western countries, I mean, Italy has been, fairly low as well. I mean, 1.3. Uh,
South Korea.
yeah,
No.
and yeah, I've just had this debate with a neoliberal
Mm.
friend recently, and it was about comparing South Korea and Japan, and he was saying, well, the South Koreans, their economy is doing very well, and they're not doing, you know, I guess what he calls like foolish quantitative easing, which has been the Japanese central bank policy for the last,
Mhm.
I want to say, 10 years or so, which it really is a last ditch effort to avert economic stagnation, but it's not going to do much because central banks can only do so much because, because is it the economic trends are still driven by the so-called fundamentals, right? I mean, the fundamentals is your aggregate demand, which and aggregate demand ultimately comes from population, right? I mean, that's one of the most important factors, right? And he says, well, look at the fertility rate in Korea, which is very low. I believe that it might actually be lower in South
Mhm.
Korea than it is in Japan. I'm not sure about that, but
Mhm.
both very low, and the Korean economy is doing better. But don't only look at the fertility rates, because fertility rate, it takes, you know,
Mhm.
um, 20, 30 years as one generation to take effect.
Mhm.
Look instead at the age dependency ratio, right? Which
Age
is
dependency ratio. Okay.
age dependency ratio. So that's the number of 65 plus population.
South Korea, I don't want to interrupt you. The fertility rate is 0.84.
0.84, yeah.
Yeah, 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So that's a little lower than Japan.
it's lower than Japan. That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, but why is the economy still growing to some extent? Well, it's because if you look at the age dependency ratio, it's only ticking up in South Korea, I want to say the last 10 years or so. And it's still at a relatively low baseline. But if you really extrapolate over, the next decades, like, so I'm not a demographer, so I'm some of the numbers I don't have firm in my head, but I would say
Mhm.
probably within a generation, 30 years from now, 20 years from now, I would say that the age dependency ratio is going to get to the point where Japan is today. And I think at that point they're going to do exactly the same policies. Right? They're going to do quantitative easing, which is not going to do anything to raise underlying growth. Um, and it's just going to be, it's just going to continue in a bad direction. Um,
Mhm.
and like there's some, you know, uh, policy mistakes, of course, that can be made along the way. I mean, did you follow British politics recently?
Yeah, I follow the changes in prime minister, right? That happened. You mean just general politics in the UK? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Yeah,
specifically
yeah.
the
I
change of
follow. Oh,
governments.
yeah, yeah. I follow that. And uh, Tories, are in the government. And yeah, I follow it a little bit. Uh,
Yeah, so
just news headlines. But they have a real serious economic crisis, and unemployment is high, and then also, the consequences because of Brexit, all these things starting to pile up now, I guess. So
that's
yeah.
exactly right. Yeah, so I think Britain is a very good, very useful case study for our analysis of, economic stagnation, the limits to growth, because w- so the reason why the so first there was a first government that fell
Mhm.
under Boris Johnson, right?
Yeah.
This past summer, he was basically much hated by the backbenchers because he had so many scandals in his time in office. Yeah, a lot of it was ridiculous, right? I mean, he, had these COVID home parties
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so
Well,
the
everybody else
breached
is on
ethics code.
lockdown, right?
That's
Yeah.
right. Well, other people were in
Mm.
lockdown. Then he appointed like a chief whip, which is a high party office of somebody who was accused of sexual molestation. There was already an ethics probe underway, and then that was the thing that ultimately brought him down. Uh, then his foreign secretary Liz Truss became the successor, and her promise was to is to grow the economy again, and her philosophy was linked to, I guess, Thatcherism and Reaganism.
Yeah. Definitely Thatcherism. Yeah.
Right, where so the basic idea is as follows, right?
Trickle down economics.
Trickle down economics. So basically, the idea is we're going to give tax breaks to rich people,
Mhm.
and then they're going to have more money, and then with the more money, they're going to invest it to start new businesses and create new jobs, and then that generates new economic activity. New economic activity means that the economy grows, so more tax revenues, and then with the tax revenues you can pay down the debt that you originally incurred from giving the tax breaks. That was a theory, right?
Mhm. Um,
So then she put it into action as soon as she came to power. So her chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, announced a huge cut in the top tax rates and also the business tax rate. Um, and the response was that the financial markets didn't like it.
mm,
And the financial markets had a lot of say in those government policies. Why? Because the policy was funded by borrowing money, right? And so the creditors of the British government, which is the international investors, like big banks and so forth, they didn't like that because they didn't think it was credible what the prime minister suggested. By credible, so credible, I mean it's a very well. There's a subjective and there's an objective component to it, right?
mm,
I mean ultimately it is subjective, right? It's like we don't believe that your policies are going to generate the growth that is needed to pay back the debt. Um, and then there's and then is there some objective measure? I mean,
mhm,
uh, well, it's perhaps that there were other reasons, for which could be um, the main causes of the low growth. So it's not necessarily the tax rate that was deterring investment. Rather it was well, so there's like a basically a clusterfuck that was coming together. I mean, it was engulfing the British economy, but not just the British economy. So
mm,
we have the war in Ukraine, so that's a supply
yeah.
shock because you're excluding Russia and Ukraine from effectively international trade.
Mm,
And Russia is one of the biggest energy exporters. Energy, of course, go back to our original discussion with a carbon-based economy. I mean, it's one of the most important inputs to our global economy, right?
mhm,
We had the China zero COVID policy, which is another supply shock because you have all these ships with goods that are piling up on the coast of China that were not leaving China. So you have merchandise that was supposed to be shipped across the world,
mhm,
but they instead stayed in the ports in China. Um, and yeah, so anything related to COVID disruptions, right? Where basically people who quit a job at the beginning of the pandemic, but then they switched jobs, so they didn't want to come back to that same employer. So that same employer now has problems fulfilling delivery orders, which of course has an impact on the economy. And then the third factor, I mean, there's really unique to Britain is the Brexit.
Yeah,
Um,
that was the final blow, I think.
yeah, because the Brexit was signed at the beginning of 2020, came into force at the beginning of last year, um, and so we have basically 2 years of Brexit experience so far, really. And what's been happening is it's a lot of British businesses trying to sell goods in the EU. They were facing bureaucratic hassles that they didn't have before. They have to fill out more forms, they have to pay a customs tax and all these other things. Um, so, well, okay, the one way to go around it is they open up a branch in the EU, right? So they open up a branch in, Amsterdam or Hamburg or whatever. Um, but then, you're employing jobs in those EU countries, right? You're no longer employing them in Britain, so you're losing the economic activity in Britain effectively. And then vice versa, if you're like an EU business, right? So you were selling to the British market, and now you have the extra regulatory barrier. I mean, so like if you said, well, okay, so much of my business is based in the UK, well, okay, I'm going to go through the hassle to set up shop in the UK. But there's also others who say, well, the UK is only a small percentage of the total portfolio in the EU market. So I might as well just cut off the
Yeah.
Brits,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna sell there, or I'm not gonna produce there, right? I'm not gonna
Didn't
bother to create
didn't
factories
a
there.
lot of financial institutions move away from London and towards European cities precisely at the moment when Brexit occurred? Didn't they actually, financial institutions even removed that were historically some located in London, and then they moved to Paris or Berlin. Actually, a lot of them Frankfurt, I guess. And that also hurt, I would say, the UK economy. At least a large chunk of the financial sector left, or removed. Uh, so yeah, all those things piled up and have hurt
Yeah,
the
but
economy.
finance, I think, is a small factor because London, Canary Wharf, which is the name of the financial district. I mean, it is really the core of the global financial economy, and it has had that role for hundreds of years, effectively, because the British were the first to do industrial revolution, so they were the first to accumulate huge sums of capital, and so there's a path dependency to that. I don't think they're completely losing the financial status. There were some financial jobs that were shifting from the UK to Europe, but it's probably in the low 10,000s. I mean, but they have like you know hundreds of thousands of jobs in the financial sector. So I'm not sure whether they're going to lose all of that status.
Mhm.
Um, and it's still, I mean, even in the post Brexit UK, it's still going to be the case that the majority of the economic activity is going to be centered in the city of London, right? The kinds of regional inequalities um, that they've had before Brexit um, are probably going to still be there after Brexit too, right? Um, so um, yeah, so I'm not sure whether the financial sector is going to be the biggest pain in the neck for them. I think it's going to be the overall mix of businesses. I mean, industrial jobs, production jobs, uh, like any kind of industries where, yeah, there's some high degree of labor intensity. And to the extent that like you're not building the factories, you're not building office spaces uh, in the UK, of course, that's basically foregone economic activity, right? I mean, this is a business that doesn't exist. You cannot tax it, right? There's no tax revenues that's coming out of that. So that's why Britain um, had elevated rates of inflation compared to continental Europe. Um, it just had an additional headache, right? It also has, stagnant rates of productivity. It has investment rates that have not rebounded post COVID. I mean, in the other Eurozone economies, you saw uh, a post COVID recovery of investments, which you didn't see in the UK at all. Uh, so, and of course, that has an impact on the growth rate, which is going to be negative. And so now the an honest British government would have basically had to go to the people and say to them, look, our economy is basically stagnant and shrinking, our productivity is down, our investment is down. So we're going to have to cut public services.
Austerity, huh?
Yeah, there would
Yeah.
be austerity. And I mean, the sad story is that the Tories have been doing austerity since day one, since they started in 2010, right? Because so when David Cameron, George Osborne won the election back in 2010, they said, the old Labour government, they didn't, fix the roof while the sun was shining. And now that the rain is coming down, we have to fix the mess. And so they were using that metaphor to say that the Labour Party didn't do enough austerity, um, uh, especially when before the financial crisis hit, but then after that too. So, so they did austerity programs. So the quality of public services is declining. The wait times for the NHS is increasing. Like this to see a doctor and medical appointments and so forth. Uh, and and the squeeze on the public services is likely going to deteriorate even further now, because after Liz Truss budget, which ultimately didn't pass, um, what happened is that so interest rates goes up, so the cost of the debt for the UK Treasury goes up, but the underlying economy doesn't improve, right? Which means the tax revenues are still the same. So your deficit just goes up because of the increase in the interest rate, which you caused by your budget announcement. So there's going to be financial pain in a lot of ways. So public service cuts, right? The quality of public services will continue to decline. Also, the mortgage interest rate increased, because you have to consider that, unlike in America, I mean, in Britain, most of the mortgages are flexible interest rate, market-based flexible interest rates that fluctuate every month.
Oh wow! I don't know how you
So
keep. That's got to be horrible, you know.
yeah, so right now, so the borrowing cost goes up, um, because the Bank of England basically, in order to not scare off the financial investors, they have to increase the interest rate, right? Um, so investors basically, it's called like a risk premium in the financial literature, right? So you increase the interest rate, but then, well, whose interest rate goes up? Well, anybody who has a debt. So mortgage interest rates, credit card interest rates.
Probably tuition and fees too, right?
Yeah,
Universities also charge more now. Yeah, UK.
right.
And
So
yeah.
so the Labour government, they started to impose tuition, I believe, was £3,000 back then. Um, and then the coalition government came in, so Tories plus Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats, I think they're like a pro student party, you could call them that. So they were against the tuition fees, against tuition fee hikes. But they joined the coalition government, and the Tories, they wanted the tuition hikes, so they increased it to £9,000. Um, and um, and the Liberal Democrats voted for it because they were part of the coalition as a compromise. And then the next election, which happened in 2015, the Liberal Democrats were almost wiped out, right, from most of the seats that they were holding. Because I mean the voters were like telling like you promised us not to hike the tuition, and you hiked the tuition, and it's okay. um, um, and the Tories don't give a shit because their voters are, well, it's like middle age and above, so people who don't have to go to university anymore. Like pensioners is probably big supporters of the Tories. Because one of the core tenets of the Tory policy is to promise that pensions would increase every year, at least with the rate of inflation. And yeah, because the senior citizens are the biggest Tory constituency. But now eventually, I think they'll break that promise eventually too, right? They're going to stick it to the seniors eventually too, because I mean, one thing that they've been doing is, I mean, they're cutting local council funding, so because a lot of basic services like trash collection in the neighborhood or something, is usually done by local councils. Local councils, I don't think they have tax revenue ability, so they get the money from the central government. And now it's, if the central government cuts the local council funding, then I mean, you can imagine, I mean, like, yeah, trash removal is probably going to be reduced. You're going to see closing of the public libraries. So various kinds of public services are probably going to deteriorate. So again, that's a big question. So if I was the advisor to the Tory government, I mean, well, first of all, I mean, I would say we need a general election and put the Labour Party in charge. Maybe it's probably a solution.
Well, I wanted to ask you something about monarchy. I guess in the UK, interestingly, both the Tory party and Labour historically supported monarchy and the continuous funding of monarchy. With all this economic crisis and now the transition to a new king, King Charles, you think that the support of monarchy is in decline in the UK now, or is it still support like it was, in the era of Elizabeth II? I mean, is it still a lot of support for monarchy and the public funding of monarchy? Like the government investing in monarchy and spending money on monarchy, which is a big. I think I don't know how much it's
Yeah,
billions
I
of
think we
pounds,
had a
5 million
discussion
pounds.
in the last
Uh,
podcast, if
oh
you
yeah,
remember.
is it
But
still a lot of? Okay,
I think that the
yeah,
monarchy is so I think I cited a poll that was suggesting that the legitimacy is
oh,
lower, specifically among younger people,
okay,
younger
younger
British
people. Okay,
people. There's just less attachment to it, and I think that the suspicion about the monarchy is going to further increase now that the Queen has passed.
yeah,
Uh, but I think over the short term, I think that there's no appetite to create a British Republic. To be quite frank,
okay,
I think that is especially like if you look at the number of prime ministers that we've seen recently, right? We've now circled to the third prime minister within weeks. And this is the level of political instability that can be expected from, I don't know, post Brexit UK. And I think that, you know, so I have to go back to
Yeah,
Edmund Burke and his idea of conservatism, and I think why that idea is so appealing to the British people, which is that the Brits, they don't like abrupt and radical change. Actually,
yeah.
they like the continuity of certain institutions, and now we see that in Westminster. I mean, there's chaos basically because they keep switching the prime minister. So to have an institution, right, that is focused on the Windsor family, King Charles, Queen Elizabeth, and then all the descendants that they have. Um, like there's something that is appealing about the fact that, like, if
Continuity.
King Charles was
Mhm.
to pass away tomorrow, we know that William is going to take over, right? So we know exactly who is going to take charge of the monarchy. Um, and we've had the assurance also when the Queen was in power, right? We knew that, as long as, Charles would outlive Elizabeth, his mother, um, we would know who's going to follow up as a successor. And so this is the Burkean idea of, like, so conservatism, right? So the ideal version of conservatism is, so if you go back to the Latin root of the word conservare, which means to preserve, right, to keep something.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, and but it's not blind keeping something, right? Right, because, like, if you're like a true conservative, I mean, you should be wanting us to live in the woods, to be hunter gatherers, right? I think that's extreme form of conservatism, right? Going really back to the old roots, but I don't think any.
Well, that might be libertarianism. No, you
Uh,
sure? You think
what and
conservatism would be kind of
yeah,
anarchy?
yeah, but
Okay,
no, but if you go to like paleoconservatism, right?
okay,
Paleo, which
paleoconservatism.
means like really old.
Yeah.
Um, it's really like where you say any kind of modernity, any new technologies, any new traditions and mores and cultural changes are evil, right? I think that's an extreme version of conservatism. I don't think that this is what Burke had in mind.
Mhm.
I think Burke's ideal conservatism is is to put continuity and change together, basically. Um, and by change, so it's not being opposed to change, but being in favor of gradual change, right? The
Mhm.
change would have to be done very carefully, and it should be done in layers rather than abruptly.
Okay.
So the abrupt change, so that was the French ideology, right? Right. If
Jacobin,
you,
Jacobin.
yeah, the French Revolution, right? So
Mhm.
Louis Capet, that's the name of the citizen, Louis Capet, not Louis the 16th. I guess there was a king whose head was chopped off in the aftermath of the French Revolution. Uh, so that was a French way of thinking, right? Which is,
Mhm.
we're going to have dramatic changes. We're going to do it now. Um, and the British, they never sort of got to that. Now, but then that's why the Brexit is so confusing, right? Because Brexit was about rupture, right? So if you go to, you know, Boris Johnson was ultimately an opportunist in favor of Brexit, and Nigel Farage, who before he became an EU politician who was for Brexit, he was a financial investor. He had nothing to do with sort of politics and, you know, I don't know, thinking carefully about what is in the British national interest. Uh, instead, Nigel Farage, his vision of Britain, it was extraordinarily narrow, right? Uh, which is, we have to keep the foreigners out, the EU foreigners, we have to keep them out. We have to keep Britain stable. We have to have, we have to reserve the resources that's going to Brussels, for ourselves. So it's a very nationalistic kind of vision, right, that he was promoting, and
very ethnocentric too.
yeah,
Sort of like a
ethnocentric.
Britain first, like something like a Britain first mentality in comparison to America first in the Trump era, that there was a revivalism to this British identity, national identity, protectionism, uh, anti-immigrant policies that were exclusionary. But do you think that's a legacy in that sense? That also drove the Brexit, the pro-Brexit kind of followers in the UK. They have this idea.
Yeah, so I think one
No.
of the big drivers of Brexit. I mean, so I think we have to go back once more to the stagnation thing,
Mhm.
because the stagnation of British productivity, I believe that it really roots to the financial crisis in 2008, and when businesses stop making investments, then you're gonna have economic stagnation. You're gonna have productivity stagnant, and what that usually means is that the wages stay low. So if they were already low, then they stay low, and then the cost of living keeps going up. So there's a lot of discontent in the population that creates that emanates from that. And there was a promise by the Brexit politicians to argue that the resources that you as a British person are supposed to be getting is instead flowing into Brussels,
Mm.
and it's benefiting the other people, which I guess are the Eastern Europeans. And then the Eastern Europeans are also benefiting because of the free movement of labor. Because they're sending a lot of Polish people that went to the UK to work, right, and live there, because the wages are so much higher in the UK than they are in Britain. And then there was a sense of like, well, okay, so they're taking our jobs, so they're taking our money, right? Because we're sending it to Brussels, and Brussels gives it to Poland. And then they're sending the people over here, so they're taking our jobs, they're taking our welfare, and all these other things. And so, if you look actually at one of the main debates that David Cameron, the Prime Minister, brought up, so he got a EU renegotiation, right, before the referendum in 2016, where one of the key provisions was that EU nationals, before they collect benefits in the UK, living in the UK, social benefits, so we're talking unemployment insurance and things like that, they would have to wait 5 years, I think, before before they would qualify, just like British nationals would. Uh, and so Cameron sold this as one of the biggest, I don't know, gains of the treaty of renegotiation. That's why he campaigned for Remain. But I mean, what ended up happening is that like the Remainers, they were so stuck in this like technocratic hogwash, right?
Mm.
It's like, oh, it's a specific policy, right? Like, or the 5-year benefit delay for the EU migrants in the UK, right? And that's going to make all of the difference, right? That's going to make them vote in favor of Remain, right? Right. I mean, this is just technocratic hogwash, right? Because because the Brexiteer story was a story of the heart, a story of feelings,
Mm,
right? 3 words: take back control,
mm,
right? I mean, take back control. I mean, it had the same kind of impact as the 4 words, that make up MAGA in America, right? Make America great again.
mm.
If I say
Yeah,
those 4 words, I mean, of
mm,
course, I mean, if you're academic, intellectual, like you and
yeah,
me, it's not going to work. But I
sure.
mean, as a regular person, you're like, yeah, yeah, I want that.
Great salience, yeah, for people that are nativist, I guess, nativist in orientation. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it
they
sounds
think
good.
they think that for them they think it's an easy solution, but as we all know, as academics, it's far more complex. And we live in a globalized world, globalized economy. But for political, you know, that's used, it often seeks resonance at whatever cost. That's the consequence. I think people never think it through. It's easy to exit the European Union, but the consequences that come about it, now we can see the consequences. So it wasn't a pragmatic decision, I guess. You know. So I guess I'm a pro EU. I have a little bias, like pro EU, pro EU. But yeah, I wonder if now with this, the consequences of in, economic pain, particularly the working classes, if they shift away from this protectionism, nativism, and now do they stay that way, or I mean, or do they start to shift to EU? I mean, I don't know what the public opinion data is, or is it still pretty much of the British population favors the Brexit itself and what happened? I wonder,
Yeah, I mean that nativist ideology continues. So,
Mhm.
and you can see it with the appointment of Suella Braverman. So she's the Home Secretary, which is responsible for immigration and refugee policies. And so she was appointed under the previous government, so Liz Truss, and then she was sacked because she was using a private email to communicate about work issues, right? Which I
Hmm.
guess it sounds like Hillary Clinton, basically one of these. But anyway,
Mhm.
so she was sacked for that, and then 1 week later, then Liz Truss resigned, and then Rishi Sunak came to power after that,
Mhm.
and Sunak reappointed Braverman. And Braverman is now a completely controversial figure at this point because of the email scandal that should have discredited her originally. But I think that's sort of like, I think that's like the sideshow. But I think that one of the core issues that we're seeing, the logic within the Tory party, is that they have to continue on a nativist policy. And so Braverman is one of the leaders of the right wing in the Tory party. So, and by right wing, I mean anti-immigration.
Mhm.
Um, so it's about making it more difficult for refugees to come, um, and keeping the border shut. Um,
It's probably also difficult for citizenship, right? To acquire citizenship. This is still pretty
yeah, right.
difficult to get British citizenship. I think it's challenging, right?
Well, they certainly
More
make it more
restricted.
challenging. I mean, I think
Yeah.
the idea is like, so I don't think they're going to say zero immigration, because I think they have an understanding that there's an economic need for some levels of immigration. But for instance, they don't want to give the EU citizens any leg up relative to non-EU nationals. So this is another point that works in favor of Brexit, unfortunately, which is the British. They used to have an empire, and so there was this belief among the Brexiteers that when they leave the EU, they can restore the economic relations with the Commonwealth countries and then magically, the economy is going to be a lot better. And and Britain has full control over the borders again, so they can really choose. Okay, we want X amount of doctors, Y amount of engineers and plumbers and so forth from certain countries. Um, but it's going to be controlled. It's going to be like Canada, basically, right?
Mhm.
And the United States has something like that too. We have the
There,
H1B and the H2B system, right?
there's a sociological term for that, by the way. Mao, he calls it Sortiermaschinen, which is something like a sorting machine. That immigration policies by state, it becomes a sorting mechanism. That's the idea. That's a concept, that was developed by. Uh, so that's what it sounds like. It's more of a restrictive kind of, who will benefit us as far as skill sets and things of that nature, right? So a different kind of immigration regime, right?
Yes,
Uh,
absolutely. So
yeah.
and they want to have full, and the Brits want to have full control over that, which the membership in the EU would prohibit, right? Because I mean, if you're a member of the EU, it's like Texas being part of the union, right? So the American Union. So
Federal policy.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
there's no. I mean, there's a lot of resentment that oh my God, look at all these Californians and they're coming in and bringing their left wing liberal values to Texas. But legally, there's nothing that Texas can do, about that, right? Uh, that's a very attractive idea in the British polity, but you see, but the trouble is like the Commonwealth is not the same thing as running the colony, right? I mean, they don't have that controlling relationship now, for instance, with India. Right? I mean, India is an independent country. I mean, they have their own economic interests. Um, and in fact, I mean, if you do a trade deal now, let's say between India and UK, um, the Indians have way more leverage now over the UK uh, than the India would have over the European Union, right? Which is a much larger polity, right? Uh, so if I was in advisor of the British government, I would say, go back to Brussels and at least have some kind of customs union, right?
Mhm.
Arrangement. And maybe at some point, if, in 20, 30 years, they might realize, well, actually, we might as well rejoin the union, right? Because we have to play by the rules anyway. And,
Um,
so we might as well have a say in it. Again,
that would be the smart move, I think.
right. Yeah. I mean, but
Mm,
I think it's very toxic right now. I'm not sure whether
yeah,
even the Labour Party wants to go there today, at least.
yeah.
But opinions can change. I mean, if you look at, I mean, if you stratify the Brexit vote by age, I think the cutoff point is like 45. So if you're 45 plus, you were for Brexit, and if you're younger than that, and you were against Brexit, because I think the younger people they travel more a little bit, right? So they have been to European countries. They maybe speak different languages, and so there's this, yeah, some of that maybe European identity that exists. Certainly not among all the young people, but but at least a subset of them have it.
Well, if I recall, um, even British students used to benefit because of Erasmus program, and there was a fruitful exchange that would occur, and now with the Brexit, unfortunately, canceled all of the Erasmus programs within British universities. So you used to have this exchange of students, and students would be able to go go to another European country and get paid. There'd be some kind of a scholarship program with the Erasmus program. But with Brexit, that ended, and unfortunately, I think the British universities suffer not just cultural exchange, but just money that used to flow as an extra benefit be have being an EU member. And I recall when I studied in Sweden, this is 2005, there were many students from the UK that would make use of the Erasmus program. And then not just to study in Sweden, but in Italy, Spain, Germany. Um, and I think it really hurt them. I think the British universities really suffer and they don't have as much EU kind of movement, and even faculty and staff, there's hostility now. I was reading some articles a few months ago. There were some like German scholars that they had this issue of not knowing of their immigration status, and that so a lot of EU citizens really, if they're scholars at least or academic staff, they really don't pick UK because uncertainty with the immigration, and they could be kicked out of the country, stuff like that. So it hurts not just the students, but like the staff, the exchange, things like that.
Yeah,
Scientists doing work in the UK, right? So
and also if you're like a UK researcher, I mean, it hurts
yeah.
you a lot. So I was reading about joint European research projects, right? That usually cross universities in different EU countries, right? It's kind of like, if you have, I don't know, UC Berkeley and UT Austin and Princeton University, right? It's like you have like cross-national collaborations, right? And they have a lot of like EU funded projects that have a very similar kind of arrangement. And yeah, and then oftentimes what's now happening is that, like, let's say if you have a PI, a principal investigator at you know, at a UK university, they oftentimes have to give up the PI ship to, the other European collaborators if they have them, right?
Mhm.
Um, because otherwise they wouldn't be eligible for the research grant. And so then if you have research projects where it's entirely UK universities, then the funding stream is completely cut off, right, from the EU.
Yeah.
So and then of course they have like the Wellcome Trust. They have their own the British domestic research funding agencies. Um, but I mean, it's just one of the pools of money, and you're losing another one, right? So,
Mhm.
so definitely, I think that. So, if you look at the global rankings in universities, again, the US number one, but the UK, I think, would probably be second, and then Germany would be the third, I believe. Um, and yeah, I'm not sure how well the British universities are going to be. I mean, certainly, I mean, like something like Oxford or Cambridge is not going to,
Mhm. LSE.
collapse its status.
Mhm.
Um, but certainly a lot of like more, secondary institutions like Sheffield or Liverpool, Birmingham, etc. I mean,
Lancaster.
yeah, I mean they could basically, I mean, potentially, yeah, they could drop down further. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, especially if you can't get the money, right? Can't get the money to come in. What are you gonna do? Um, Now,
Yeah.
if for the researchers, like if so I had one of my colleagues who's Polish, and he obtained an assistant professorship at the British University. And he did his PhD in Oxford. So
Hmm.
he came in 2015, just a year before the Brexit referendum, and so if you live for 5 years in the UK as an EU national, you can apply for settled status. That's what he obtained. Uh, So luckily his PhD program lasted about 5 years or so, right? So he had enough time to get the settled status. And now he has that. So so he can stay in the country and work there. And I'm sure a lot of researchers, I mean, at least the ones who have stayed there for many years, I think they probably do something like that too. So there's ways so you can stay. There's always loopholes, but yeah, you definitely add an additional barrier. Um, but yeah,
Mm.
so I think it goes back to this issue of nationalism, and authoritarianism, and
Yeah.
I mean, did you follow the outcome of the Brazilian elections?
Yes, Lula won. Yes, so no more Bolsonaro. Yeah, so that was a very I guess short amount, right? That Lula won, and so that puts Brazil uh no more in this right-wing populist era. That's a transition now. But again, I don't know to what extent Bolsonaro he did not uh, concede, as far as I understand. And but he said he's going to follow the Brazilian constitution. That's what I followed. But I don't know if he's considering a coup. I'm not sure. I really don't know what if he's going to go with this transition and Lula taking over, which Lula won the election, right, in Brazil. So, but what was it, 51 to 49%, something like that? I think that was the election, or really
Yeah, it was
close.
very tight.
Yeah, very
It
tight.
was probably about a 1 percentage point or something
Mhm.
difference. And yeah, so it's quite interesting. So the broader trend in Latin America right now is that there's now a shift more towards left wing now. So
Yeah.
in Chile, we had a left wing leader in Colombia, I think, as well, and now in Brazil, also in
Mm.
Argentina, I think that, but that's been 3 years ago. So there's again a swing towards the left
Mhm.
in Latin America, um, and we've had that before, I believe, in the early 2000s, right? And then there's a swing back to the conservative after that.
Mhm.
And I mean, what does that reflect? I think so. I'm not sure whether it's so much this is a struggle between left versus right, uh,
Mhm.
as much as anti-establishment, right? So what does anti-establishment mean? It basically means that you're so unhappy about whoever is in charge right now that you're going to vote for the other guy in the next
Mhm.
election.
Mhm.
And so basically, what this suggests is that there is something about the political situation in Latin America that wouldn't allow a government, no matter on which side it is on, to remain in power over the long term and have long periods of rule. So we started with the Japan conversation where
Mhm.
you have basically one party that's been in charge for decades, and except for a period the 90s and 2000s, but most of the time it was one party. And yeah, and then the political environment, I think, in Latin America now is towards sort of punishing the incumbents. In Brazil, I think there's this added element of the coup, right? So like you remember in 2016 when the Dilma Rousseff was impeached, and
Corruption, right? Right.
yeah, the official argument was corruption. So
Yeah.
it was not her that was corrupt, but the presidential administration, so the people that were working for her, uh, were taking bribes from Odebrecht, which is I guess it's supposed to be like a car wash company, but actually it's like a construction company and they basically bribed not just Brazilian politicians but all over Latin America uh, to basically receive state contracts and construction. And yeah, so that's what they got her for. Now it's interesting that it was not her that was corrupt, but they said, okay, well, somebody underneath her, so we have to get rid of her, and there was a reason to get rid of her. So her vice president Michel Temer um, then became the president. Um, and actually, it's interesting because Tamer himself, he was corrupt. So there was evidence. There was no evidence on Rousseff being corrupt herself, but there was evidence on Tamer being corrupt. But they didn't impeach him in the Senate because he was a member of the establishment, and he was doing things that the political elites wanted him to do, which is basically austerity programs for the poor, because the Parti Trabalhadores, that's the workers' party.
Yeah.
Under Lula, the Silva, they came to power in the early 2000s on the promise that, well, it was socialism and ecology, right? And economic development, which is quite interesting too, right? So it's not just take from the rich, give to the poor, but it's also
I think they also had
economy.
support from landless, like peasant or squatters. I guess there's some support for Lula uh, because it's a left-wing, movement. So you have to remember the amount of squatters and slums throughout Brazil. Well, that's a segment of the population that also has voting power. So yeah, he also had from them significant support. That became actually a big issue too in Brazil, uh, right? Uh, in some indigenous groups that remain in the Amazon, for instance.
Yeah.
So
So
big topic. So that kind of combines, left with ecological, because you're combining the rainforest issue, and then you have labor movements, things like that. That's a green left, I think, synthesis. I guess that's
green
what I'd
left
call
synthesis, exactly. Yeah. So
it.
it was
Yeah.
about stopping deforestation, so keep the forests. It's about yeah, promoting economic development, ultimately based on um, agricultural production, soybean production. That was a big part of the economic development plan, and it was about job creation, public services, social services to the poor.
Mhm.
Bolsa Familia,
Public housing too.
yeah, so
Efforts.
yeah, public housing was a big thing. So the Bolsa Familia program is one of the most ambitious social policy programs in Latin America. It's about like family subsidies based on certain social targets that they had. I think it was like school enrollment
Mhm.
and child vaccination. I think those are the two key targets. And yeah, so it, incredibly effective program. But so for the Brazilian political elites, well, they didn't like that, right? Because I mean,
Mhm.
for them, anything, it's like, well, if you give it to them, it means you're not giving it to us, right? So that's the sort of idea.
Yeah.
Uh, Zero sum, which is quite ridiculous, actually, because
Mhm.
I mean, if the poor people are better off, don't you think that they then have more money to buy goods and services from the rich people anyway?
Mhm.
So, the elites didn't like that. So they were like, okay. And also the other thing was that so indigenous people and black Brazilians, which is a big
Mhm.
minority group, um, they were also helped out a lot by Workers' Party policies. Um, and then the Brazilian elites, they tend to be, Portuguese descent mostly, right? So they were whites. And yeah, so there's a lot of resentment
Colorism, right?
among, yeah, it's a racial resentment among the
Yeah.
Brazilian elites, effectively.
Mhm.
So it's race and class together, right? So that's the idea.
Yeah.
And so Temer was a candidate of the Brazilian elites, effectively. He dismantled some of the social programs. Then Bolsonaro came in charge, um, and the first thing he did was he allied with the agricultural lobby, and he started a deforestation campaign. And so deforestation was ongoing for a long time, and then it stopped under Lula, the first time he ruled. Um, and then when Bolsonaro came in, it restarted, right, the deforestation.
I think he also allowed land grabbing by foreign entities. I recall that. So he allowed foreign to purchase Brazilian land. So land grabbing went in full effect, which also had ecological consequences. Right, something like bulldozing land, and then you could have cash crops that you grow, and often foreign entities would own it, could own it. That also land grabbing became a big issue in Brazil during Bolsonaro's, I guess, rule. Yeah,
Yeah, so that was his program, right? I mean,
yeah,
but there was this very interesting spat, you could say, that occurred between Emmanuel Macron, the French president, and Bolsonaro, where Macron was basically, well, he was sort of echoing not just the environmentalists, but I think it was pretty global opinion, right? Which is the idea that the Amazon is the world's lungs, not just for Brazil, right? And the meaning of that is uh, the forest is supposed to be a carbon sink, right? So if you have all of this excess carbon in the atmosphere, um, the the tree leaves would be required to reabsorb that excess CO2. Now, of course, if you burn down the forest, so you clear the land effectively, so there's there's two byproducts, right? So the number one is the timber that you can sell in the global markets. So that's a cash crop. Um, and then once you clear the land, the soil underneath is fertile, so that becomes agricultural land. And actually agricultural land, um, like I don't know, I guess we go back to soybeans and
mhm,
but also like whatever, coffee or whatever, or like meat, yeah,
mhm.
like livestock. um
Beef, yeah, cattle. Yeah.
yeah, so those become the key industries, and those were the main allies of Bolsonaro when he came
Mhm,
in. And so Bolsonaro said, well, we're going to stop burning down the Amazon if you pay us, right?
Blackmail, huh?
And that's and that's an argument. I mean, so again, really, like if we go back to this UBI and the coal miners again, right, where it's like,
Yeah,
okay, we say we want to give. So basically, UBI becomes a subsidy from the state, from basically the collective taxpayers,
yeah,
for you know benefiting disproportionately the sector that was going to be replaced by the ecological transition, right? Coal miners in this case, and and it's very interesting because Bolsonaro was kind of using that same logic to say, well, the global north,
mhm,
which produced most of the CO2 emissions historically, should be paying the global south,
mhm.
which I guess includes Brazil, um, in order to keep the Amazon whole, and therefore, prevent, um, further rises in carbon
I
emissions.
I would flip it. I don't want to interrupt you. I would flip it a little differently. Again, this my usage of rent. I mean, it's a kind of rent extraction or rent seeking mechanism in which you actually are proposing, like if you're Bolsonaro, you want an ecological disaster. If I'm asking rent from you, I'm seeking rent, and you're going to pay me not to do it. So he can pull it either way. He can extract rent from environment itself, or he can extract the other way rent to prevent to prevent a certain action from taking place. So it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Either way, you can accumulate rent, right? You can extract rent from this right, source of profit. That's what makes it interesting. I think it's the way you can use it both ways. You can ask for rent money for the damage you did, and then for selling it as a commodity form. You're thinking timber sales or the sale of the land, right? Sale of the crops on the land. So I would use
Yeah,
a rent. I would use a rent metaphor. I think again, just theoretically, it would make it more sense. But
yeah, and what's even
but
more
your argument is
perfidious
good.
about it,
Mm,
I mean, even in the hypothetical scenario, let's say, I mean, very unlikely, but let's say the global north were to agree, to pay the global south not to do deforestation. Um, how does the global north generate the extra revenues
mhm.
to subsidize the global south? I mean, we still have to. I mean, eventually something has to give, right? So there's going to have to be some kind of resource that the global north will be extracting, in order to pay for those subsidies, right?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Um,
Well, it's the dilemma. I think Lonnie used the fictitious commodity argument. I mean, it's one of those. It's not supposed to be a commodity form in the first place. Remember the three: labor, and money.
and money,
And
yeah.
so nature includes land. So I wonder, as soon as we then start to this idea of rent extraction, like you say, where does the money come from? We invented it. We just kind of created rents. We created rents, we started to apply rents, and everything is about money then. I think, Marxian sense, the exchange value character rather than use value. But that's the whole scheme. But we can talk about that. I don't know if you think about how environmental things become commodified, to what extent they then can be used as a form of rent, right? I mean, we do use oil, gas, it's in the marketplace. It's I wonder about nature itself. I mean, entire ecosystems, the crops included, everything. You can take
Yeah, I
it,
mean,
yeah.
it
I
is
don't
a
know if
fictitious commodity for sure. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
but what imbues it with,
yeah,
I guess, something tangible is that, money becomes a claim on somebody's labor, right?
yeah,
And then it becomes a claim on nature ultimately, because of, deforestation and, resource mining, extraction, um, and then of course the waste that's getting produced out of that. So, yeah, so I mean, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, money fetishism and then commodity fetishism. I think that's ultimately what dooms us, in the grand scheme of things. But then the flip side of it is that also that all of the good things that we created, right? So the things that we find desirable to have, right? Like, I don't know, a big house, a big car, or whatever. The clothing and the computers that we're using to communicate. I mean, all the things that we created. I mean, uh, they they are the results of hundreds of years of commodity fetishism. Right.
Well, labor, yeah, spent
Yeah.
labor, that socially necessary labor, right? Or labor that's used to produce it over time, you know?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, I mean, anytime, again, this goes back to this primitivism debate,
Mhm.
and to this
Primitive accumulation.
eco-socialism kind of argument.
Yeah.
um yeah, which is, like like, are we anti-civilization, right? um so I was just recently, I went to the bookstore and I was flipping through the latest book by Steven Pinker, who's this Harvard
Uh,
psychologist. And I mean, he, like, every book that he's writing it has the same thesis statement, right? Which is basically that, science and rationalism, um, is the same thing as progress, right? And progress is good. And and so, I mean, and so and clearly, I mean, he has a full list, I mean, of things, right? The fact that, crime has gone down a lot, and, despite the Ukraine war, actually, for most people, life is actually fairly safe, right? um or, life expectancy has increased a lot, right? That's probably the biggest benefit to
mhm,
civilization. And so, when, like, when we make this sort of like Marxist, anti-commodity discourse,
mhm,
I don't want to completely wash away the progress narrative, right? That we benefit from. Um, so I don't want to forego all of the, benefits of modern civilization. Um, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, but but then there's also people who are going to go on the primitivist in the primitivist direction.
mhm.
So I'm following this one Twitter account. It was like, uh, I think the handle was something like Alpaca Aurelius,
Mm,
and he calls himself Carnivore Aurelius. And so
mhm.
the whole premise is, you know, back to going up being a hunter, back to the farm, that's sort of
Oh,
vibe that he's
romanticizing the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, something like that,
the
or
hunter gatherer and the farming, right? I think it's a
yeah,
mixture of the two, right? So it's like,
okay,
so you're supposed to grow your own, like, fruits and vegetables,
uh,
and then you can just go out in the wild and and hunt the wild game for your proteins, I guess. Um, and and, and we laugh about it, but then to some extent, I don't know. So
yeah,
there was this one comic that he put up where he was like, a guy goes to a psychologist, and says, I'm, working on Excel sheets all day, and I'm not feeling happy. I'm feeling empty.
bullshit
Um,
job stuff, huh? Yeah,
yeah, it's a
uh,
bullshit jobs, and
mhm.
he sort of contrasts that with the hunter farmer who, you know, I don't know, he's milking the cow and he's drinking the fresh cow milk or something. I don't know. It really has, like, like really romantic things about it, right?
Go
We,
back
we,
to primitive lifestyle, but it has its benefits, you know. It's disconnected from the whole view that you must produce a surplus, you must be involved in this competitive economy, and so there's a kind of, I guess, a retreatism element to this thinking. And you know what? If you think about the phenomenon of urban squatting, you do have this evasion, this evasion. Sometimes there are certain informal settlements and housing communities that form in the global south that they are practicing a kind of invasion of that system. You know, they have their own like food system, they have their own structures that they start to build up. So, and to some extent, it is a retreatism back to away from, yeah, organized structures. I think that sometimes happen with some informal settlements, but some of them are really integrated even in the economy at the city level, but they may just live on the margins of a city, for instance. So you have in Nairobi, Kenya, you have, hundreds of thousands, I think, of squatters, and they are at the same time part of the city, but they are informal settlements, So it's really interesting how that develops in the global south. It's massive, massive amounts of communities built like that. They're makeshift settlements. They're just there maybe for a couple of months or maybe years, sometimes longer. So yeah, and a lot of these then build different systems, foods production systems. Some of them go back to farming. Some have informal kind of work they do. They provide for their own, dwelling members in it that are in the informal settlements. So it's interesting. I mean, it's productive, but it's interesting. It's now the downside though is, you don't have infrastructure, and there's health problems and sanitation and all that. So I don't know.
Right, and those things,
Yeah,
of course, they can shorten your life
yeah,
expectancy. And,
totally. Yeah. I think the life expectancy is definitely a lot lower. Sanitation, disease is more a risk,
yeah, I
calculated
mean,
risk.
like being out
Yeah.
in the wild. I mean, it sounds incredibly attractive. I mean, to some extent. I mean, and I try to have a little bit of that experience. So I'm very fortunate here in Princeton. It's a more rural location, so we have
Mhm.
like forests and parks close by. So
That's
I
good.
try to go on a hike for 2 hours or so every week. Just to have a little bit of that feeling of like, okay, we're supposed to be cavemen. We're not supposed to be computer addicts. And
Yeah.
but I think this whole romanticism about we don't want to have the four walls with heating and air conditioning to basically protect us from the vagaries of nature. um no, I'm not sure. I mean, I because I've never gone camping myself,
Yeah.
and I'm sure that my keenness of going camping is going to be reduced a lot. If I do have to sleep in the tent under the cold, or
Yeah.
close to to a campfire, and then the next morning it's like, well, what do I have to shit in the bush somewhere? I mean,
Believe it
uh,
or not, the open defecation is much higher in many squatter communities. That's the major issue. That is a real health concern. The statistics on that is incredible. I mean, it's in some cases 15-20%. I think South Sudan is the worst. So yeah, the issue of just bathroom, toilet access, and all that, that's a big issue. That's one of the, people romanticize this living primitively, or maybe living in the outskirts of the city, or living what do you call it, off the grid kind of life. But in the urban poor in the global south, they live that, but they yeah, like, they have lower life expectancy, not connected to the labor market like everybody else, and there's no uncertainty. They live in a life of uncertainty. And then always the risk of, state actors, brutality against them, everything from forced evictions to um, bulldozing of their dwellings, that happens. So uh, that's where that authoritarian backlash often comes. But some states tolerate squatter communities, but some states historically wouldn't tolerate them, and they would be very brutal, and often, cause killings, deaths. Nigeria, for instance, other places. The
right,
favelas in Bula. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it goes back to the Pinker's point about the benefits of rationalism and civilization, which is about reducing the incidence of violence. And so, anytime that we still see violence, basically, I mean, like if you have not been to Syria or Afghanistan or Ukraine, um, I mean, the only way how you can experience violence is on your phone, effectively. I mean, just watching it in videos and stuff. Um, so for most of us, I think that you know actual violence um, is incredibly abstract, right? I mean, we don't get to experience it, and so we do benefit from civilization, and we don't want to surrender it completely. Um, but then it goes back to this question of like, okay, so if you wanted to sustain what we call civilization, does it require capitalism, and does it require endless economic growth? Um, and so,
What does he say? He says yes. I'm curious. China, not don't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
as you mean Steven Pinker? Well, I think Steven Pinker, he sort of
Uh,
he sort of puts it all together into one. I think
uh,
that's so scientism, rationalism, and capitalism is all
yeah.
it's all part of the same thing, and we shouldn't question it basically.
Mm,
I mean, like he's in favor of like small adjustments. So I guess we're back to the Burkean conservatism again.
mm.
Um, but but don't overthrow the entire system. And and he has a good point on that because historically these things all fit together, right? So like the civilizational advances that we are celebrating, right, in terms of sanitation, public health, decline in violence, and standard of living, all of these factors together, I think we produce those outcomes probably within the last 100 years or so. I mean, probably one of the best books I've written about this was read about this was Robert Gordon, the rise and fall of American growth, and he pays a lot of attention to the innovations that happened since 1870, between 1870 and 1940. In his argument, a lot of the modern civilization technologies were introduced. So so I guess go back to sanitation. It's like electricity, cars, like household appliances like dishwashers and microwave and washing machines and so forth. And yeah, so basically, I guess the idea is that so far we're not able to divorce civilization from capitalism because it is capitalism that brought us to civilization. Now, the Marxist argument is that capitalism is bringing our destruction. Therefore, we have to get to a point where we get to keep the benefits of civilization in a communist future without the burden and the costs of capitalism.
I like utopian, right? Little utopian possibility. Well, that's where the left wing utopianism, I guess, would say.
Right, that's where the
Uh,
utopian ideology
yeah,
comes from.
yeah.
And so when we have a really hard time getting to that practically, and so I mean, and the problem is, I think right now, because you and I are still looking at it almost like, yeah, from I don't know, sociology seminar perspective. And unfortunately, like if you were government advisors, I mean,
Yeah.
because I think, I think it's almost more important, right? Because it's where the rubber hits the road, right?
Right. Right.
Um, it's like, well, what are we going to say to the leaders, right? So if we go back to the Brazilian example, I mean, if we even if we disagree with Bolsonaro's deforestation program, what would be your advice to well, I mean, basically to resolve the social conflicts in Brazilian society, um, that that come from basically the last 10 years
Mhm.
of economic stagnation, because the agricultural export markets of Brazil are
Yeah.
effectively saturated.
One, if I may interrupt, one immediate thing that comes to mind is the implementation of precautionary principle. That's one argument I'd make. And then the other is the environment actually in the Brazilian constitution? And I always raise that legal question because in some constitutions around the world, people are starting to put the environment, or at least to describe the environment legally in their constitutions. That includes environment itself. So I wonder, that's two immediate um, policy suggestions. Is one, the precautionary principle implemented as a goal in protecting the environment? That's one, like, and what goals would be done, or what would be the goals for a country like Brazil? And then also at a regional level, right? That's where you have the UN developmental goals come in. And the other is the question of the environment is actually legally, I guess, mentioned in the constitution of countries themselves. And I wonder that about Brazil. I'm not sure. I have to read, but I think they have some environmental regulation. They do have environmental laws, but I wonder if it's actually in the constitution. That's what I wonder, and that might be a policy question, right? That would also what other countries do not have any mentioning, for instance, of the environment in their constitution, whether it's in other global South countries, uh, and then you could do an analysis too of the environmental consciousness, environmental organizations, green parties, green associations, stuff like that, green civil society. That's how I would do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the global north, I mean, the
Yeah,
American Constitution, I mean,
nothing in
doesn't
there.
have any reference to the environment. I mean, I
But we
think
have
that's
EPA. We have the EPA,
maybe
right? Federal
EPA.
agency. Yeah,
Yeah,
federal
I mean,
agency.
the whole idea of like Bill of Rights, right? This is the core
Yeah,
of the American Constitution, because I mean, you could say, what is the most important part of the Constitution? I mean, if you're like a constitutional scholar, you can focus on, whatever legislature, judiciary, executive, and all these other things. But I think like emotionally, I think if you think about civics 101, I think the Bill of Rights, like the amendments, whether it's like gun laws or gun rights or uh, free speech, it's really individual rights that are
yeah.
sort of at the center of the American Constitution. Um,
Gun rights, for
yeah,
instance.
yeah, so the focus is both on individual and rights, right? So
Yeah,
because there's this idea of like social rights, right, which I believe includes the environment,
yeah,
right? Because okay, so why do we protect the environment? Well, is it to protect ourselves or is it to protect future generations?
yeah,
And I think from a narrow perspective, I would say it's mainly future generations, right? Because because let's say people that are younger than you and me, for instance, right, like infants, babies, they get to live longer on this planet than you and I do, right? So that is to say, they will have to face the negative ramifications of a globally heated atmosphere
Mhm.
for longer than we do, right? So therefore, ultimately, any kind of environmental policy, precautionary principle that you're applying
Mhm.
to the environment is going to have a greater beneficial effect on younger generations and future unborn generations, right? And so, therefore, environmental rights and social rights, I think, um,
Oh. We,
basically the same. Now, the problem is so, but in America, I mean,
mhm.
if the core principle of the Bill of Rights is about individual rights, then there is no way, I think, how you could make a case for strong environmental laws unless you can make a convincing case that you, as an individual, no matter how old you are
Class
going to
action,
suffer,
class action lawsuit or something.
yeah, are going to suffer from the climate
Yeah.
change.
Well, I would think of it as an extension of the civil rights movement. But to go back real quick to your scheme, I think you're following T.H. Marshall's idea of state kind of stages. You have civil rights, political rights, social rights. T.H. Marshall, the British sociologist, who really kind of thought of conceptualizing the idea of the rights that citizens have, social citizenship, you know? And so with environmental issues, you're right. I think that totally connects to social rights. And even, I'm trying to remember her name, the philosopher Nussbaum, you know her?
Martha Nussbaum, yeah.
Yes, she
Carlo.
has this approach, uh, uh, capabilities approach. Are you familiar with? It's, you have to, in order to really have rights, you have these basic necessities, that are required for people to have a fruitful, stable life. And she lists these principles like access to air, free room to grow, space, development. And I would include the environment as a core, requirement because we need it to breathe, we need it for, oxygen, food. And that surprises me if you think about it, the Constitution, it's not in there, a US Constitution. I'm interested, maybe the Canadian, maybe Canadian Constitution has it in there, French. I told you the German Constitution is connected with the EU, so it's in there. But I think it's a necessary step in the next decades at least, that it's in there somewhere through an amendment process or some kind of activism, that guarantees at least some basic recognition of the environment as a necessary uh, requirement that's part of our social rights. And by damaging it, you would damage social rights of others. And that's where I think the precautionary principle comes in comes into play. And that could be a way to a policy shift, policy change. And the idea that the polluter pays, the polluter must be paid. The polluter pays even for future, pollution. The polluter must pay. Verursacherprinzip, I think it's called in German. Yeah. I remember when I grew up in the 80s in Germany, military, my father was in the military, and there were tanks. They would drive through the German forests. And a lot of times they would damage like some of the trees. And one of the policies were that if you damage the tree, you must replant five. Right. So it was a kind of precautionary principle, but it was a real effort to protect the trees in the forest, that the polluter must pay. The polluter must compensate for the damage that he or she does. You know, uh, I don't know. In New Jersey, aren't there? Yeah, I bet there are anti-dumping laws, in place, right? I mean, if people start dumping trash or something or furniture in the city, there are laws against it, right? In where you live, or no?
I'm sure there's laws against it. I mean,
Yeah.
I've never been, punished or reprimanded for anything. So,
It's just a big problem in Texas, actually. The dumping and just people dumping sometimes toxic trash. And so because of the relaxed nature of the state government, there's local municipalities that try to enforce it, but in Texas, it has often been a big issue because there's a lot of people dumping stuff, chemical dumping, and then it's discovered, and then it costs so much to clean it up. So I can imagine if there was a precautionary, policy or principle in place, that the polluter will have to ultimately pay for that severely, monetary in prison time, and that's that's crucial. I think that should be state policy. I think that should be regional policy, right?
Yeah,
My view. Yeah.
if you cause it, I
Yeah.
think you should be paying.
No.
But you see,
Hmm.
but then there's a problem
Yeah. Go ahead.
with enforcement, and also like in even deciding, who is the polluter, because because the problem is, okay, we know, for instance, that the airline industry is a major polluter, and so there's you know the vindictive consumer in us would probably say, yeah, okay, we're going to make these airline companies and these oil companies who supply the kerosene, we're going to make them pay for it, and then we go, make them pay for the increases in carbon emissions. But then eventually, well, who pays it? Well, it is going to be the customers. I mean, like if you're
Yeah.
flying an airplane, if you're taking an airplane to someplace, visiting family and so forth. Um, I mean, for instance, I mean, I would, you know, love to go zero carbon on flights, but but I have family in both sides of the Atlantic, so
Right.
I mean, I'm not gonna say, okay, I'm not gonna visit my family anymore, right? So it's just not, I guess, realistic or desirable, I think, for most people to completely forgo flights. um uh
By the way, I don't want to interrupt you. Which I'm doing right now. Earth socialism. If you get halfway to the game, one of the things they do is they ban international flights. So I'm just throwing that out there. If you play the game, it's actually in there.
so the only way then for me to cross the Atlantic would be like Greta
They,
Thunberg.
yeah,
I would have to
the
take like a sailboat or something.
I think when I reach the year 2055, they ban all international flights, and then that was like in the game, and it was funny. I just have to mention it. So for those listeners that are listening, I really recommend that Half Earth Socialism game. You'll know what I'm talking about when you play it. And hopefully,
Right.
Larry, you'll
So
play it. Go ahead, you'll play it, right?
I mean, that's an interesting thing, right? Because right now it's not under debate anywhere. But of
Uh-huh.
course, I think with the climate carnage, it's going to come up again.
Yeah.
It's going to come up for the first time as a debate, and it's probably going to be legislated on, unless we find out like a zero carbon way of flights, which is very difficult right now. But assuming we don't get away from the kerosene, um, then so like imagine like if all the governments in the world right now in whatever the COP meeting agreed a deadline for international flights, right? So let's say 20 years from now,
Uh-huh.
man, I mean, I think what's going to happen within those 20-year time frame is that the number of flights is going to skyrocket, right?
To make up for the future loss, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Because right now, I mean, if you tell me, okay, so in 20 years I cannot buy this product anymore, then let me consume it like crazy right now while I can.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, uh, and I mean, especially like flights to like far away locations, like I don't know, South Pacific Island or something, like a want to be under the sun and beach and whatever. I don't know, it's far away. And you're telling me in 20 years I can't do that anymore. So I'm gonna do this every year now, right? Something like that, right?
Mm.
Um,
It seems
yeah,
difficult to accept. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's that could be that could be the short term impact. But anyway, so it would be
Mm.
it would be very troubling to ban flights. But then it's the same thing with like, okay, would we want to ban meat, for instance? I mean, because
Mm.
yeah, I love meat. I mean, I think that's it's one of the great pleasures of life.
Living,
And I mean,
right?
I mean, yeah, like you're Bavarian, so
Yeah. Oh,
you know the
yeah.
benefits of the Schweinshaxe,
Mm.
the
Yeah.
the pork axle, I think the pork legs. Um,
Actually, I'm also a fan of like Turkish German style gear döner, that classic street food. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, I
a
love
lot of
donut
a lot,
too.
yeah, yeah, a lot of those things that might, eventually either will have to be, some things will have to be banned. And that's basically what the sociologist Lesenich, he calls it Produktionsverbote, which has an evil sound to it. I guess you would translate it would be something like production bans. There's certain types of production of products that will eventually have to be phased out, like with a combustion engine in the EU, right now will be phased out by what, 2037? The production, not the, you can keep driving a combustion engine, but you will not produce a combustion engine kind of cars in the EU. So bans will be, unpleasant. And there would be resistance, and like you said, you got to build political coalitions to often get these even the bans through. um but yeah, that's a reality. I think the next 15, 20, 30 years we'll probably see more bans of certain kinds of things that hopefully will reduce carbon emissions and have some positive effect on bringing down the temperatures, right? So that's the but yeah, bans are an ugly word. Nobody likes to hear bans, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
and that's where we get this concept of ecological dictatorship.
oh wow, that's a good one.
Yeah, where essentially. So
Ecological.
right now, I mean, I guess we're going back to this Horst Seehofer
Uh,
principle of like balancing interests in society, right? Um, and that's what you have to do, in a democratic society, right, where you have to maximize the voter support. So you have to accommodate the interests of everyone, and at the risk of pissing off everyone,
mm,
but not enough for them to vote the other party, right?
mhm,
Um, and but but then if you make compromises, well, then it stretches the timeline, right, to implement the agenda. And but then if you have these activists, the people that are throwing paint against famous paintings, or
oh, I
glue
saw that.
themselves against the wall. I mean,
Or was that
uh,
in the city? Yeah, I think I saw that
yeah, I
news.
mean, all these initiatives. I mean, what those activists, what they're trying to communicate with these actions, is we cannot wait, right? That there's an urgency to the moment, and we would rather defile the culture rather than stay silent. Um, and now, I mean, of course, I think the means that they're trying to use to accomplish their ends is questionable. I think
Mm,
because paintings. I mean, they're the cultural legacy, right? That we value as I don't know, civilizations. Um, but but the general idea of like we have to act with urgency, I think that's correct.
mm,
Now, if you look at polities that can act um, um, with speed, it is authoritarian societies. I mean, if you look at back to the Chinese zero COVID policy, right?
Mhm.
And the latest report that I've seen suggested that that the Communist Party will continue the zero COVID policy even beyond the party congress that just concluded. Because I think there was a little bit of wishful thinking that
Mhm.
we want to keep COVID down for political reasons until the party congress, and then when it's over, then we'll open up the economy again. And we haven't seen any indications of that at all. So yeah, but the effectiveness of these programs, including environmental programs, would come from dictatorships. And China would probably be well poised if they were deciding on radical decarbonization agenda. They would certainly be among the first to be able to implement it
Mhm.
with speed. Um, Now, are there going to be issues with the dictatorial approach? Um, yes, I mean, in the sense that you see the problem in authoritarian societies. I mean, we're seeing this everywhere. So in Iran, we're seeing this
Mhm.
with the anti-government protests. We're seeing that, um, you
Saudi
know,
Arabia.
yeah, in Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia. We're seeing that in Russia, where there's mobilization
Putin.
against Putin due to the military mobilization, right?
Mhm.
Because I mean, remember there were two waves of mobilization, right? So the first wave was in February when the war started, but that was quickly quashed because it's only the anti-war people, the liberals. They were quickly quashed. They were put in prison and exiled. And now it's sort of more in the mobilization, military mobilization that is opposed, because most of the Russians are actually not against the war, um, but they're against fighting it, right? So that's a big difference.
Mhm.
Um, so that's why the mobilization is now slowed down again. Interestingly, because now Putin realizes that this could actually also be a threat to the regime. But you see, even getting to the point of wanting to declare war on Ukraine, I mean, it was preceded by the lack of opposition, right? The lack of a functioning judiciary, the lack of a functioning media, open media, the lack of,
In opposition. Yeah.
an opposition, a political opposition that could hold him to account in the parliament. Um, so because there was a lack of opposition, so then, Putin had, so since the beginning, since he came to power, he had this czarist ambition, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Peter the Great. Well,
yeah, he
uh,
being Peter the Great and everything, right? So he sort of
right.
had this idea, um, and it's only if nobody can stand up to him and say, "No, what you're doing is crazy. I mean, you're destroying the country." Um, and then he still goes through with it, right? Um, or in Iran, right? I mean, it's like, okay, the regime decides to kill this young woman, right? Because she didn't wear her headscarf in the right way. And nobody was telling these mullahs that,
Mhm.
you know, um, well, if you're too harsh, there's going to be a pushback. People are going to be unhappy about it. Um, yeah, so there's no feedback to the rulers, and so you cannot course correct. So basically, you're going to have to take the whole country to a catastrophic direction first,
Mhm.
and then maybe if the regime is about to be overthrown, maybe there's going to be a turnaround in policy. I don't know. Um, the next thing is a Taiwan issue, right? I mean, we're almost certainly crashing into the next geopolitical military confrontation, because nobody can stop Xi Jinping at this point, right? I mean,
Mm.
you saw how like they dragged out the former leader Hu Jintao, right?
Well, the old guy, I guess,
The old
it
guy.
was dragged out of the meeting or something, committee
Yeah, he was
meeting, or
dragged out of the meeting, and I think it was done on purpose, right? I mean, the
symbolic, huh?
yeah, the
Yeah.
international camera team was being invited back into the proceedings, um, and right when they came on, they dragged the old guy out, and I think it was done on purpose, right?
Mm.
Because I mean, Xi Jinping wanted everybody, so he wanted the world and the Communist Party officials, including the smaller local level officials who were not attending the party congress, and wanted all of them to see who's in charge of the party, who's in charge of the country.
Mm.
Because so the Communist Party, I mean, so there's like a so so since Deng Xiaoping, there was like a layered structure. So you have this idea of collective leadership. You have the 7 people in the Politburo, right,
Mm.
making all the decisions. And then it would usually be the current ruler, the current chairman of the party, who would select the successor, but not the immediate successor, but the successor after the successor, right? And then the successor would already be appointed by the predecessor, right? So the idea it was about layering,
Mm.
right? Um, of the collective leadership, right? And what Xi Jinping was now doing, specifically with the stunt, the publicity stunt, to drag out the former leader, the Hu Jintao, was he was signaling to everybody, Hu Jintao, my predecessor, is not choosing my successor,
Oh, okay.
right?
Mm.
Um, because
Symbolically, right? Yeah.
right, yeah, because
It's a
again,
source of legitimation, or you'd want to, yeah, illustrate your power against your, you know?
yes, and he's saying, well, there's not going to be any successor right now that I'm building up, um, and yeah, and this is the fear again, and so, and I attended a talk this afternoon. It was about
Mhm.
the structure of the Chinese economy, and
Right.
how it was about economic growth after 1978. And even the speaker was sort of admitting that maybe the legitimacy logic in the party has changed, right?
Mm.
That it's no longer about economic growth as it was, after 1978, but it could be about um, it's about loyalty and discipline ultimately within the
Like
party.
a like a sanctioned charismatic order of some sort, or some kind of a personality cult that's viewed as necessity for a nation to thrive. So I guess what I'm getting at is the old view of Weber's authority type. You had the three. You had the charismatic type, the traditional authority, and the rational legalistic. So I wonder, in this case, if we see the appeal and the necessity to have this strong man, a person where people are the primary kind of legitimacy of government. It goes back to one person, or it goes back to a leader. You know.
Yes. So basically, so Mao Zedong was charismatic, right?
Mhm.
And then under Deng Xiaoping, there was a shift to the rational legal, or at least an attempt in the direction. And the only two leaders who were abiding by the rational legal collective leadership principle were Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Um, and Xi Jinping is reverting it back to the charismatic system,
Hmm.
where the party leadership, so everybody within the party leadership, within the Politburo, is now dependent only on Xi Jinping, on that one leader.
Hmm.
Um, and so, yeah, I mean, if you read like, yeah, histories about Chinese leaders, I mean, especially in the Mao era,
Mhm.
where basically the leaders were jockeying for influence, basically in competition with each other. Um, and Mao did that on purpose because he didn't want to build up somebody who could topple him, right? So you want to make sure that the underlings that work under you, uh, they know their place, and the best way, for them to make sure they know it, is if there's some, I guess, infighting among them, among the second tier leadership.
Mhm.
Um, and actually, I was reading something about the leadership in Russia, Putin, and that's how he organizes his system, right?
Mhm.
Because he has like, so because the power apparatus in the Kremlin is, so directly under Putin you have the security agencies, so the national intelligence agencies. So there's the FSB, the internal one, then there's the SVB for the international, and if there's several ones, maybe 5, 6 agencies, and then there's a military, right? So the military has its own branches, like the army, the navy, etc. And then you have the Kadyrovites, right? So Kadyrov is a Chechen leader. I mean, he has his own like independent military. Then there is the Wagner Group, right, and the
Yeah,
Prigozhin,
contractor,
which,
right? They're military contractor? No?
yeah,
Did I
the
get it right?
military contractors, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
and they do a lot of the active fighting. Actually, they're doing the offensive fighting
Mhm.
because the regular Russian army is basically too corrupt to be really effective fighters, actually, which is why they were doing so poorly in the offensive. Um, and yeah, so Putin has all of these like local power centers underneath him, and competing for influence and resources and attention. And Yeah, and ultimately, I mean, the whole point is what? I mean, it's about keeping his own position solid, right?
Yeah, monopoly of power. Right?
Yeah,
Main
and
thing,
and
right?
and but see, I mean, if it was only focused on domestic policy, right? I think we could probably tolerate that. I mean, think of, you know, I mean, my favorite example would be Viktor Orban in Hungary.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows he's a dictator in Europe, right?
Yeah.
If you remember Jean-Claude Juncker, the former Commission president, who,
Luxembourg,
yeah,
right?
I mean, he was when he was greeting Orban in the Eurogroup meeting, and he was saying on the microphone, like with the cameras on, he was saying the dictator is coming, right? And then he was shaking his hand, and he was giving him a slap in the face, like a friendly one.
Mm.
And but anyway, so that was really the truth. But you see, Hungary is like an irritation within the EU, right? But he's not a threat, right? Like the Hungarian military is small. I mean, the Hungarian population is small, right? Um, so
Well,
he's
there is maybe an alliance that may be formed between Hungary and Italy, and I mean here the populist right. So the view is that maybe Hungary, you know, can form alliances with other right-wing populist movements or parties and encourage it. You know, the new Italian prime minister, I wrote her name down, Giorgia Meloni,
Maloney.
for
Yeah.
instance. They greeted each other and they're like big pals now. So the view is that yes, Hungary it's just a small country, like you said, you know, Viktor Orban is just one person, but it could try to influence other far right groups, not just in Germany, AfD, but you know, in Austria and in France, Le Pen, right? And so the view is it might encourage people just adopt and imitate what has happened in Hungary, you know, but that could be forming alliances with other far right parties. It's just
Well,
imitate and duplicate the program. That
well,
would be
there's
the threat.
one piece of good
Yeah,
news if you talk about the Austrian FPO, the
yeah.
Austrian right-wing leaders, which is that I mean it's quite interesting if you look at the history of the right-wing governments in Austria. They don't usually last that long, right? The last one, coalition between 2017 and 2019, it broke up after a year and a half, because of like a media corruption scandal
Oh
by
yeah, yeah. They recorded it. Yeah, I
Strache,
remember.
right?
Yeah, they had a recording.
And actually that scandal brought down the last chancellor, so Sebastian Kurz,
Yeah.
because he was part of a different corruption scandal. So anyway, so it's quite interesting. At the very least, you know, like we have mechanisms in place that like an independent judiciary in this case, and also a functioning media system, that basically you could say saved the integrity of the democratic institutions. And we didn't, or at least not yet. We have not yet drifted into Hungarian territory, right?
So don't correct me. In Austria, there is public television that is still is safeguarded. So österreichisches Fernsehen, I think one and two is
The
state.
ORF, yeah.
Yeah. So they play a vital role, you think, against private channels in Austria. They uh, you know, sometimes they're fruitful and creative, you know, kind of journalism, and they offer like debates and such. I guess similarly in Germany, you have this Zweites Deutsche Fernsehen and state television. That you know, often there's this public television. It's paid through taxes, you know, but it has enormous support often and benefit. You know, they have programs and things on it. But I know there's some people, there's groups of people that are against it and want to defund it, public television in Germany. I don't know how it is in Austria. I'm curious if there's movements against to defund Austrian public television radio stations or something. Is there such a
Yes.
movement?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so if you look at the FPO,
Uh,
the Nationalist Party, they were in favor of defunding the
no.
public television station, and or at least it was not direct defunding. So basically, so under the current system, um, everybody purchases like a default subscription to the public media, to the public television. So you pay like an annual fee for public television.
What do they call it? Rundfunkgebühr?
Yeah, Rundfunkgebühren.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
and uh, I believe there's a way to opt out. Like if you can show that you don't own like a TV at home or something. Like there's some loopholes where you don't pay, but most people pay. Um, and they want to the FPO wanted to get rid of the mandatory fees. So if you switch it entirely to optional, I mean, you can imagine, like, okay, the upper middle class will probably keep paying, right? Because it's a small part of the budget; they don't care, right? Um, but you can say middle class, lower middle class, working class, like anybody who has to pinch the pennies, right? They'll be like, yeah, okay, why should I pay? So I mean, then okay, so let's say if they lose half of the revenues in that way, hypothetically, you could imagine the impact that it would have on quality journalism. Like they would probably have to cut the number of reporters. So
History
like
programs, stuff like
yeah,
that.
they cut the number of programs. I mean, like if you think about like the reason why like Fox News and CNN, cable news, the way how they keep the profit margins up even though the viewership declines is because they cut the reporting budget, right?
Mhm.
So basically the main budget is like the anchors, right? Like whatever the Tucker Carlsons and the whatever
What
Don
is that?
Lemons and so
Yeah,
forth.
yeah.
It's those people, right? I mean, you pay them a high salary, but there's only one person, and of course you have a few talking heads, right? But it's not expensive either. I mean, like the shit that's expensive is like sending your reporters to, I don't know, like to Ukraine and report on the Ukraine war or something, right?
Right.
Um, like paying for the visa, paying for the flights, and all of these other things. That's the expensive part of about journalism, right? But like like paying like a few talking heads in the studio, like that's cheap, right?
Really cheap.
Relatively cheap, yeah. So
Mm.
and so if you have that kind of journalism all now, then it would be bad for journalism. Now, what's good about public media is that you still have a wide variety, right? So of course you have these talking head shows, and then but you also have very good primary reporting and
Investigative, yeah. Reporting, yeah.
investigative reporting, exactly. Yeah. So
Marcus Lanz, right?
well, Marcus Lanz, well, it's
That's
interesting
yeah,
because Lanz is a versatile figure, right? I mean, he
yeah,
does because like, did you watch like his America
yeah.
documentaries?
Oh, I need to watch that. He's yeah. I saw that. You know what? I downloaded the app that you can watch that on a TV. You can download the Side to Deutsche Fernsehen app, and you can watch Lanz on your television. We can do that now. There's
Yeah,
an app.
that's really
Yeah,
great. It's a
so
great
I'm gonna watch that later
it's a great
tonight.
public service because as Americans, of course, we don't pay the Rundfunkgebühr, so
Might as well, yeah.
we're gonna get
Hope
really
nobody
get the
listening.
benefit from
Nobody's
it.
listening, but yeah. But yeah, I am a supporter of public television.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but Lancy
Yeah.
also has like the talking head shows. I mean,
Oh yeah.
because the Markings Lance show. I mean, he invites like 3 or 4 people, and of course, Lance and Precht. It's a podcast
Yeah.
we model our podcast on. And it's just literally those two guys talking. Um, but I like the way how Lance does it because like do you notice like he's not just a journalist, right? He's like he's a journalist, so meaning like investigative, interrogative questions. Um, but he's also an intellectual.
Oh yeah.
Like he's very scholarly, right? He actually he reads whole books. Like I mean, he invites somebody to his show, right? And he will be able to quote these books on the inside. And I don't think it's his staff who read it and gave him notes. I
I
do
think he
think he
first.
read it
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah. He's a good reader. Yeah. He often brings those books on the show. Sometimes, or he discusses it,
Yeah,
including
yeah. So
the Brecht, including the Brecht book. defeated divide. They were criticizing media as kind of conforming their narrative around the Ukrainian issue, and that was a critique of established media, that it was just conforming to the political narrative of the Ukrainian war, that being one narrative. So it was like a critique of the media culture in Germany as being very conforming. That was one of the critiques of the book that they were talking about in the show. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
sometimes it's interesting. They have very good authors and different points of views. Yeah.
well, it should be noted like Precht and Welzer. So Welzer is the sociologist, the
Yeah.
co-author.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so they're so we have to understand like the normative position on the Ukraine war, right? So they're basically in favor of a negotiated settlement, which means negotiation at all costs, right? Even at the cost of giving up Ukrainian sovereignty. So that's their position, right?
Yeah.
And so the criticism is basically that they think that the public media is giving too much platform to the Ukraine supporters, right? Um, even though the public opinion in Germany is supposedly split. So half the people want German weapon supplies to Ukraine, and the other half is skeptical about it. And I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, it depends what polls you're citing, because I did see one poll
Mm.
that was suggesting that 3/4 of the Germans are actually supporting the supporting Ukraine effectively.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, I don't know what polls are being cited there, but I do think that
Yeah.
over time, see, it's complicated because the longer the war drags on, right, the more tired people get about the war. It's like, okay, we wanted to stop soon. Um, but then on the other hand, like there's also people who say no. I mean, we should keep fighting it to the end. Um, because this is about European freedom and sovereignty, right? Um, so yeah, I would say that, yeah, I mean, so within the European discourse, I mean, the Ukraine issue has completely sort of absorbed a lot of the oxygen, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Definitely.
like after as soon as the Corona wave, the last one went down, and then after Omicron, people said, okay, it's not a big deal anymore, or it's not as serious as it was before. And then the war happened, right? And it's like, well, this is the current topic. And I think the last thing they were debating was the World Cup in Qatar.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I saw that one.
yeah, and then Lance was basically, I mean, he was only inviting German guests, interestingly, and he
Mm.
was saying, well, okay, these Qataris, they perform human rights violations, um, because they were using slave labor to build the
The
stadiums.
stadiums. Mm.
Um, and I don't know. I mean, it's a really a German centric discourse, because I mean, like if they had invited at least like one person from Qatar, who, I mean, okay, presumably would have to be willing to be speaking in public about it, right? It's a big
Oh
question
yeah, yeah.
to find a person like that. Um, and yeah, I mean it is a big question. I mean, whether the whether you can have a purely German focused debate around this topic, right? Rather than uh, yeah, have sort of like the local perspective, right? The Qatari perspective.
No, you're
Um,
totally right. Yeah, it's sort of taken from a German perspective, and it's not including diverse views, and um,
yeah,
that's the problem. That's often been a problem with, I think, German speaking shows. They occasionally try to include, diverse non-native German speakers, but because I think the nature of the German speaking television, they often, discriminate in ways that they don't invite outside speakers. So you'll have these experts that are like German professors. The same thing with Anneville. Anneville often only has German speakers. The only case where I saw it was a Ukrainian refugee, and maybe occasionally they have outside speakers, but overwhelmingly they're all German speakers. So that, yeah, you're right. It
but even the
often,
Ukrainian refugees, they speak German, right? They went
yeah,
to German schools and whatever.
yeah. What I mean is like the German talk shows that if you watch them, the moderator is German, they speak fluent, and then all the professors they invite, they're all German. Occasionally they may have a French or Italian, individual, but it's only one person. It's hardly ever really diverse, platform. So you're right. I think you're totally right. It's a problem. And so you don't always get the full picture, you get a diluted, one-dimensional view,
Yeah, it's
right?
very hard to develop a European culture
Yeah.
because of the language issues, right?
Mhm.
I mean, like if, for instance, like so, I know in Scandinavia, so they have this um television talk show, Skavlan, I think is the name
Mhm.
of the moderator, and I think Skavlan he does his shows in English, and that's quite interesting because then you're able to get guests from outside of Scandinavia, right?
Mhm.
And they can participate in the show and they can chime in the conversation and um yeah and because I mean it's like Scandinavia. I mean it's like if all the people in Scandinavia. I mean it's like 25 million people, right? Which is very local. Germany, I mean, it's a big enough of a market you have to consider because you have 80 million Germans, 9 million in Austria, then you have another 8 million in Switzerland. So you have a market of about 100 million, maybe, which is quite sizable. So the center of Europe. So it's probably okay to be self-contained. But then you can say, well, maybe about domestic issues, right? But what if you have like international relations? I mean, if you talk about the World Cup, if you talk about issues in China and Brazil and America and all these other places, um,
Yeah, it's very Eurocentric. Yeah,
yeah, then yeah,
definitely.
then there's then they'll have an issue. Then they have an issue, and but then so the German counter argument, I mean, especially with the Qatar thing, is they would say, well, human rights are universal, right? So to make the argument that well, the Qataris were using slave labor, well, that's bad. Um, and it shouldn't matter what skin color, culture, or religion you have. I mean, it's to be condemned. Um, and yeah, so I think that's sort of one of the biggest fights ultimately that's happening. I believe in terms of. I mean, this is like so we have different kinds of culture war, you could say, right? I mean,
What did
uh,
Huntington call it? Clash of Civilizations?
yeah, yeah,
He's
the
dead now,
clash,
right?
the
Yeah.
clash of civilizations, right?
Yeah. Well, the culture war, Kulturkampf, that whole topic, I think in the US, that's a whole split between left and right. But I'm curious about internationally and globally, how that works. If it's on linguistic lines, geo-regional, religious, What's the drift? What's the wedge?
Well,
It's
so
really like I don't know how Huntington described it. I think it was he really thought it was like religious. I think wasn't it?
yeah,
If I'm not
for
mistaken.
Huntington, it was mostly about religion because so when he was writing it, I think the War on Terror by George Bush, I think that was at its peak.
Mhm.
So the opponents were like Middle East, like Iran, Iraq, the Syria, like those countries. Um, Now I think the main line of conflict. So because so right now, so it's about geopolitics,
Mhm.
uh, and then it's about the political systems. So this, authoritarian democratic split.
You think on the issue of migration, it's sometimes global north, global south. Like that could be a
Yeah,
split.
well, that's another form of conflict.
You know?
Um, but I'm not sure how consequential that is. Yeah, in terms of the subjective threat level, I would say that. So I sense this in the American discourse and I sense this in the German discourse very
Mhm.
strongly that there's a sharp turn away from Russia and China. Russia, obviously, because of this current confrontation in Ukraine, and then with China, I mean, it's been ongoing now for the last couple of years now. I mean, it's really ramped up on the Trump, um, where like this whole idea of like, well, we need to deglobalize. We need to make the supply chains more resilient, which is another way of saying we need to cut off China. Um, and so, did you follow the Hamburg um,
Yeah,
uh,
that was debated a little bit in the recent Markus Lanz show with Karl Lauterbach. Lauterbach? Yeah. Yeah, there is this kind of worry of a potential security risk of the sale or a partial sale of the port in Hamburg.
yeah, to a Chinese
And
company, yeah,
yeah,
Cosmo.
and so yeah, there's this view that it might be a security threat, and they're using similar parallel comparisons to, with the pipelines with Russia and a potential conflict or some kind of a conflict could then, be at a disadvantage towards Europe and Germany. And the argument that they were using, like on the show, was, I mean, they looked at the locations in which Chinese have some interest or financial stake in a lot of the ports, not just the Netherlands, but like Italy, one of the ports, and so there's a lot of the ports. So this is like a fear, like a fear, I guess, that it could be used as a, I don't know what you call it,
As a weapon.
blackmail, yeah, or something. Yeah, it would be, I don't know. So that was just talked about in the show a little bit. But actually, Karl Lauterbach, who is a member of SPD, Social Democrats, he suggested a kind of third way view on this, that people shouldn't get too paranoid and freak out, and like at first arguing, what would have been the if Schultz would have not did the meeting with President Xi, um, and then he said, well, that would have been negative, so you still have to obviously negotiate, and trade with China, because it is a superpower. It has economic superpower. It will surpass, the United States as far as economic power. So Germany, for instance, would only lose if it didn't do trade with China. So ultimately, you know, it's the ports. The ports definitely also benefit. German trade would benefit, more Chinese investment. So they had like Lauterbach was cautious, but he wasn't like paranoid. He was just kind of like in between. He's like trying to think of a pragmatic solution. And it seems like I think more of the right I'm very paranoid. Oh, this is going to be like a Putin case, and it's going to be just like the pipelines. If there's a potential conflict, if there's ever any kind of conflict in play where it could be used as
Right.
blackmail or
So
something. Yeah. What do you think?
it,
Go ahead.
it's a complicated issue, and I would
Yeah.
say, I mean, given the facts that are on my table or that I've studied, I would say I'm
Yeah.
probably going to side with Olaf Scholz on this
Okay.
one. So it is okay to sell the port, because the
Yeah.
condition that they made was that it's going to be 25%. So it's not going to be a controlling stake. They wanted to sell at least a minority stake to the Chinese company because they were going to do the investments to basically build the port capacity to handle the shipping trade between China and Germany and Europe, and other ports in Europe like Rotterdam and
You wrong too?
Amsterdam,
Well,
etc. They've also done a deal with the Chinese companies, right?
yeah. Yeah.
And if you look at Piraeus, which is the main port in Greece, that's been completely sold. I think it's 100% stake, I believe, to the Chinese company. Um, so I mean, so if there's a controlling stake, I think there's going to be a blackmailing possibility. I mean,
Yeah.
the European Union, they used to have this, like, they used to speak out about the Uyghur issue in China.
Mm-hmm.
Now they don't do it because there's some countries
Yeah.
in the EU that want to prioritize good relations with China and
Economic trade. Mm.
yeah, economic relations, and you have to. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you have to ask, like, so in order to speak out about the Uyghurs, which is, you could call it like a faraway issue, right?
Yeah.
Um, but then I don't get the Chinese investments, and if I don't get the Chinese investments, I don't get the jobs, I don't get the
Yeah.
tax revenues,
And I don't get to vote.
right? So yeah, exactly. So basically the calculation is like there's very little gain,
Cost
and
benefit
then
analysis,
and then
right?
there's a huge cost to that, right?
Uh,
Um, so because that's why I would say, yeah, I mean, also, right, when people are like, well, we criticize Olaf Scholz and the German industry for traveling to Beijing and meeting
oh,
Xi
that's right. He
Jinping.
actually traveled, right? I thought it was a
Um,
video conference. Was it? He actually traveled? Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is. It's either video conference or
Okay.
I thought there was going to be a state visit, but I'm not sure
I
whether.
saw I saw the video, pictures of it, but I didn't know if it was actual visit. I guess it wasn't in Beijing. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm not sure whether it was a physical visit or video
Okay.
conferencing. But in any case, I mean,
Yeah.
but some form of communication is necessary,
Of course. Hmm.
with China, and yeah, because if I was the German chancellor, I mean, my main concern is going to be the economy, right? So I have to make sure um that there's enough Chinese investments into German production, the German economy. I have to make sure that there's as little bureaucratic hassle for selling German commodities, usually cars like Volkswagen. Like when I was in Beijing
Hmm.
5 years ago, Volkswagen was probably the biggest brand.
Oh wow.
I mean, it's really
And
Hyundai,
Audi?
which is
Audi too?
Audi is big too. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But probably Volkswagen is bigger than the others because I think that Volkswagen was one of the first uh, foreign car brands that entered the Chinese market. So that's probably why there's a path dependency to, like, oh yeah, Volkswagen is good quality, so everybody has to buy it. So that's a path dependency. Um, and it's like you cannot jeopardize it. And you see, right now, I mean, the German economy is in trouble anyway, right? Because the gas has become expensive. Because you used to have the cheap gas with which you could,
Hmm.
you know, export and make a lot of money, right? Export your commodities with very cheap input prices from Russia. So now all of that has become more expensive. So now, in order to save the made in Germany model, you basically have to, how should I say, intensify your relationships with all of the existing trade partners you have.
Mhm.
Now, okay, with the European Union, I mean, it's going to be as close as it can be. I mean, you can't be any closer to the EU countries.
Mhm.
So, what do you have left? I mean, it's basically U.S., Canada, China, right?
Mhm.
Um, I mean, maybe India. India is sort of like a growing
Yeah,
up
India is
economy,
another one, definitely.
but there's not a whole lot of options. I mean, you're gonna have to
I think with
adopt
apparel, I
them.
think there's a lot of trade with apparel, and perhaps I don't know if there's food. I have to check. I have to really research that. But I know there's a lot of apparel from India. Obviously, apparel comes to mind. Another trade, right? Other forms.
Yeah. So
Chip. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah. I mean, yeah. As a German chance to you have to be pragmatic on this one.
Yeah.
And I mean, the only thing that you know that I can see in the foreseeable future, which is going to upset the status quo, is if something in Taiwan changes, right? If China attacks Taiwan, I think that would probably be the crossover. I mean, at that point, you're gonna have to decide, okay, what are you gonna do? Because like, okay, the sanctions of Russia were painful, right?
Mhm.
But consider that the Russian economy is a lot smaller than the Chinese economy, right? So right now, I mean, if the German economy goes down by, let's say, you know, 2 or 3 percentage points because of the Russia sanctions, I mean, it's probably going to go down by like 10 to 15, like if the Taiwan invasion happens and if they do the sanctions after that. So, I mean, I'm not an economist, so I didn't do any
Uh,
calculations, but I was just saying that, like if you think about the size of the economies and the size of the entanglement, between Germany and those countries, right?
yeah.
Um,
Be a
yeah,
magnificent, yeah, big thing.
yeah, but then again, we go back to this original issue about limits to growth, right? Maybe it's time. Maybe
Limits
it's
to
time to
growth.
stop the growth anyway.
Yeah,
uh, and so
that's
and that's maybe the way to link up the beginning and the end of the conversation, right? It's
limits to grow. Yeah.
yeah, maybe we have to
Well,
limit the growth of the economy, anyways. I mean, and the way for that to happen is that the wars are happening, right?
uh, well, I mean, I would, I'm going to make an attempt here. The limits to growth very much also illustrates the logic within a risk society, and here I'm thinking of, the Beckian imagination of what would a post-risk society look like? And that's the question I always ask in my class. I was like, okay, risk is, perfectly defined by Mr. Beck and even Anthony Giddens. They spent their careers trying to define risk and uncertainty, but what would a post-risk society even look like? Like what would it be its characteristics? And that's where we get to the limits to growth argument. I go again, the precautionary principle as another, which is really related. I think it's linked with the limits to growth. And then the environment, somewhere legally manifested in the constitution of countries, and maybe a fourth, the green civil society. I don't know. Maybe we have to have green movements. We definitely don't have like green parties, I guess, active and powerful enough in North America. You start seeing that in Europe, You have green parties that actually have some power, including Austria and Germany and Denmark and Sweden. But so that's my limits to growth. I think it's connected with precautionary principle. What was the other I said? Environment needs to be in the constitutions of countries and green civil society. That's the four. That's my ending. I hope I explained it. I think those four will be crucial and important to tackle. Limits to growth, which I link with the precautionary principle. And I think I've already explained that a little bit. But that's a necessary principle. I mean, to safeguard future generations and their livelihood and their prosperity is connected to the precautionary principle plan or prevention, that prevents future disasters and continues humanity. Is
Yeah,
that
so
like a
I'm
Greta? Greta's like a Greta approach, I guess.
yeah, I'm just gonna throw some like anti-utopian
Oh, anti-utopian.
sands into the wheel.
Authoritarian. You got to do authoritarian. Okay.
No,
Uh,
because well, I mean,
we
that's part of it. But I
no.
actually wanted to go back further in history because
Uh-huh.
if we go back, so again back to the Steven Pinker argument, right? So in the pre-rational, pre-civilizational world, where as you mentioned earlier, right? The risk was not nuclear meltdown, nuclear war, or economic stagnation and climate change, etc. The risk back then was to be eaten by an alligator or by some like wild bear or whatever, right? Or to just die an early death, like a violent death, or you basically had like a cut wound and there was no way to disinfect it, so you died of an infection from an open wound. And yeah, that's how people used to die, and that was the risk in the old days, right? It's really the risk that could afflict an individual or an individual tribe, uh, but it wouldn't be the whole of humanity, right? um, but right now, the interdependent and complex systems that we created, that goes back to the Charles Perrow argument, um, we have made it such that we are now interdependent on each other. And we cannot afford for the parts anywhere to collapse, or else it risks dragging us down as well. So if you think about it, when the Lehman Brothers crisis happened, the financial crisis, um, like of course, like if you were like a financial expert, you would have known that Greece and the Eurozone is probably going to be next in the chopping block. But of course, I was not a financial expert, so I didn't know. I was like, oh, like when I saw Lehman Brothers come down, I was like, okay, hopefully bail out and then it's going to be done, right? Um, and then 2 years later, you had the Eurozone crisis, right? Like with some delay, it happened anyway, right? Um, and and with COVID, right? It's like, oh yeah, let's hope that it's a Chinese problem, it's a Wuhan problem,
Mm.
and actually no, it's a global problem. I mean, we have
No,
to
you're
fix
right.
it
Yeah.
together as humanity. And so now we have this interdependent system, and the same thing we get with Ukraine. Oh yeah, it's a Ukrainian problem. It's far away. I do have some American friends and Canadian friends who argue that it's a European problem. Um, but I don't think it is. I think this thing would have contagion effect. But anyway, but the main idea is that we created complex systems. Why? Because they bring a lot of civilizational comforts, right? But but they become interdependent. And when you have a crisis, everybody suffers. So So I guess so my anti-utopian counterpoint simply is to say that
Mhm.
we've always lived in a risk society, and I think we probably always will be, or at least in at least for the foreseeable future. I mean, within our lifetimes for sure, right?
So there's no possibility for a post-risk society. There you're that's utopian, a transition, something else besides risk, because that's not feasible, right? You think that? A
I,
reduction of the risk, or rethinking of risk taking, or I don't know, a light risk society or something. I don't know how else I would phrase it.
well, managing risk, right?
Yeah, there you
So
go. There you
I
go.
think that's probably the way to put it, right? It's not about
Like we're
removing
saying,
risk.
organized chaos rather than disorganized chaos in the beginning. You said chaotic mismanagement, or chaotic this in the very
Decarbonization.
beginning. Yeah,
It was
you
about
could have a yeah,
managed versus chaotic
yeah,
decarbonization.
yeah,
And it's decarbonization is happening. The question is how it's going to happen. And
yeah.
if we
Because
stick to the status quo, then of course the chaotic
yeah,
form is more likely.
Beck always used this term. It was like organized irresponsibility. That's the system that we have. And I was always trying to think of like, okay, what would be the alternative to an organized, disorganized, an organized, responsible system? It's just wordplay, like words, but
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
yeah,
It's so I will always go back to Marx and Weber. I mean,
yeah, of course,
the
classics.
rational, yeah, the rationalized order and then the iron cage, and we're trapped in it.
Hmm.
And and the capitalist system sort of with its own internal contradictions getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably closest to the truth at this point.
Hmm.
Um, and so, given the cascading of crises, right? So whether it's a climate, whether it's a war, whether it's like the economy, um,
Demographic
yeah, demographic,
challenge.
yeah, on any of these challenges, I mean, we are probably going to find ways to cope with it, right? Because I mean, the human mind is very adjustable. Like we can adjust to any life circumstance. I mean, as long as you don't get killed, right? If you get killed, then it's over. But as long as some of us live, I think that there's going to be some form of coping mechanism that we will create. Um, and I mean, at the micro level, I mean, like our coping mechanism is, you know, to stay healthy and to try to do things that we enjoy doing, right? And I think that's, for instance, like the cultural production of the podcast, I think
Oh yeah.
it's a real pleasure, I think, right? It's an actual product that is being created, and I think that there will be some consumers of that cultural output, um, and um, and it's there to be enjoyed for eternity, right? So as long as YouTube stands, I mean,
Yeah,
in a
it'll
hundred
be.
years from now, somebody can listen to it if they want to, right?
Oh, that's amazing. You think about it. We'll be dead and gone, and people will still have access to
They will still
it.
have access to it. Yeah, I mean, so if you
Uh,
read anything from like a book from a dead person, I mean, it's the thoughts that they developed when they wrote the book, right, hundreds of years ago. Right? But but it's almost like when you're reading the words, like it's almost like they're giving you like a life lecture, right? Like as if they were standing in front of you, reading off the text, right?
mm,
Um, and imparting those thoughts, the wisdom, the pearls of wisdom, right? Um, and I don't know. I mean, I think that's the only pleasure you can get. I mean, I'm not sure whether at the
mm.
systemic level we'll get to post-risk society. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
utopian thing. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
stop.
So those are the last parting words. Okay.
Concluding
So
remarks. All right.
concluding remarks, unless you have something else that you wanted
No,
to
no,
bring
no,
up.
that's good. We're good. And listeners, half Earth socialism, right? You got to play that game.
Half of socialism. So that's the
The
final
game.
advertisement.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
The
Coming
game.
once, twice, and third time. Okay. So thank
That's it.
you to all my
Yeah.
listeners, and thank you, Mike, for coming in.
Yeah, no problem.